Hello, legends. How is everyone doing on this fine Monday? How are we all doing? I could see that a lot of you have joined nice and early. This stream started a little bit later than usual. We had a fun Sunday watching the World Cup, although the game wasn't that great, if we're being honest. I wish Argentina could have pushed a little bit more than what they did, but it is what it is. We have the US stock market opening in the next 15 minutes, and we will go through some comments. Saylor is selling again this week, so not to confuse anyone, but Saylor has officially sold some more common shares of MicroStrategy. So he did not sell any Bitcoin, but he sold Bitcoin previously. And basically, he raised his cash position by $225 million. So this is going to be on the agenda today. You can see that his stretch product is still looking like this. And this is still my higher time frame analysis. One thing to point out is that the 2018 comparison that we discussed is technically invalidated in the sense of last week we got a green weekly candle. So doesn't really change the overall thesis of continued relief, but I'll address some comments right now because I saw someone talking about how some influencers are flipping bullish. But if you remember correctly, guys, we've been bearish the whole way down. We've been shorting Bitcoin, shorting other cryptocurrencies, and more recently at $58,000 in particular is when we flipped bullish. I still think that the higher time frame suggests continued relief with some pullbacks along the way and then another drop to establish the bear market low. That's how I'm currently looking at the markets. So let me just go through some comments as we wait for the stock market to open. This is a great hour to start, 7:15 a.m. here. I'm glad to hear that. I usually like to start probably an hour, if possible, even two earlier, really early here in Canada, simply because then I can extend the live stream and make it a 4, 5, 6 hour live stream. Today we'll try to go for 4 hours, 5 hours if possible. The last one we did over 6, and then we'll gradually build into it, particularly if the market gives us some nice opportunities today. So let's go through some comments. We got over 10 minutes until the stock market opens. Good morning, 28 Worlds. Good morning, Reiner the Flow Artist. Hello, finally the legend himself. Missed you, man. Kindly address the new bullish thesis of some influencers. Ahmed, if you know me, you know that I don't pay attention to anyone else aside from my own analysis. And we've been bullish since sub 60K. We talked about how it would be a good zone to buy some BTC to slowly DCA into the market from an investment spot portfolio perspective. And on that note, guys, remember that nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I am just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. Please read the full disclaimer in the description down below. So basically, what I'm getting at here is this is not new for us. We have been bullish for the past few weeks. Yes, it's been choppy, but it's been choppy to the upside. And that's how we can classify these bear market relief rallies. Bear market relief rallies are rarely explosive. Every dip seems to get bought up until they don't. And that's exactly what Reiner the Flow Artist was talking about in the comments down below. Because if we go on the lower time frames, what you'll notice is that we did have a dump getting rejected at the value area high of the range that we've been in since the beginning of June. Now, keep in mind, this rule applies for all time frames. The more and more that you tap into a level, the more likely it is to break. That goes for support, that goes for resistance, and here you can see that we've started to tap into the value area high multiple times. This was a pretty decent rejection, and if you remember last week, we talked about a scalp shorting opportunity right at 65.5, and we did not manage to sweep 65.6. My expectation is that this will be swept, and you can see that the pullbacks are getting bought up when we're tapping into this value area high. So my bias for this week is probably looking to long pullbacks. Now, if you're just tuning into the channel now, my trades are as followed. I have a big Bitcoin short, still holding this position. We're up around $600,000. This trade was shared within my community. We have a Tau short position. I've shaved around 63K on this trade. Still looking to shave a little bit more profits if we are to hit into that TP zone. And then we also have some pretty significant Bitcoin longs from the lows, of course. And then we can talk about the one from the Clarity Act event. So shorting on the Clarity Act, that one was a lovely trade. All of these trades, legends, are shared within my community. If you just scroll down below and you want to see how I've been trading this market, you know, I give updates over the course of the weekend there, and as soon as I take new trades, it's shared within that group. You're not paying me to join, you trade with your own capital. That's how this group works. And speaking of paid groups, I put out a tweet the other day. I thought it was pretty funny. You know, Morgan Stanley came out and said that the president's posts don't really move the market as much anymore, and you're starting to observe this. Previously, when this whole fiasco started, whenever President Trump would say something, the markets would move very aggressively, and it would actually get sustained momentum to whatever direction. However, now, although we still get those lower time frame movements, the general direction isn't really impacted as much over, like, say, a 4-hour, 1-day time frame. And I am a swing trader, so that's what impacts me most. Hence the 100K per month subscription idea. Milk it for as long as you can. If you don't know, President Trump wanted to launch basically early access to his Truth Social posts, and they're considering charging $100,000 per month for something like this. We don't need this kind of nonsense to trade the market in my community. This is why I keep on saying you trade with your own money. You can join if you'd like to join. Let's go through some more comments. We still got 7 minutes until the stock market opens, and let's get right into it. Manly's barbecue. Matt, why did you come late today? So I had a couple of things. One, I was enjoying myself watching the World Cup. I was a massive group, and we watched it all together, had a little bit of fun. But two, I also had a football match starting at 10 p.m. at night. So I'm still on like 5-6 hours of sleep. If you guys know me and how I'm a health optimizer, I normally get 8 to 9 hours. So it's been a little rough this morning, but I'm not complaining. I love to be here with you guys. As long as we're starting the live stream before the US stock market open, that's all I care about, and then we can run it throughout the day. But on a regular day, we try to start probably an hour and a half earlier from the time I started. Will you short the value area high? Good question. The answer is no. The reason why I wouldn't short the value area high is because we've tapped into it multiple times. And as we discussed, the more and more times that you tap into support or resistance, it tends to break. Multiple tests here, big rejection, another test. And now you can see that if this low does hold up for Bitcoin, it's a higher low again, although we did not make a higher high. So it's going to be interesting to see how this develops, because locally here, you know that liquidity is getting built up, and liquidity can continue to get built up. My higher time frame trajectory is still something along these lines, which we addressed in my previous video. I still think we can crawl on up a little bit higher. But to be perfectly clear, guys, I've already taken $50,000 off of my Bitcoin long, and we've been TPing along the way within the community. What else? What else? Let's go through some comments. Weekly close green, exactly. With 3 green weeks in a row, a shallow pullback this week seems logical. Semi, I could not agree more. Purchase media, afternoon, my guy, afternoon. Can Bitcoin drop from here? It can. That's the only answer I'll give you. The more and more that we tap into the value area high, the more and more that I think that we can actually squeeze up a little bit higher. That's why I maintain my existing long on Bitcoin. Hey Matt, in your video opinion, when could Bitcoin hit $70,000? I don't think 70K is a guarantee. My first target, and sorry, I shouldn't say, I have to be careful with my words, guys. My first target was literally 60K because I've already taken profits on the long 3 times. So I want to say my 4th target on my long is the 2021 all-time high, which is at around $69,000. But we have seen that in bear markets, the extents of these relief rallies, they can make it above the bull market support band, and they can actually top out near the 200-day moving average. Right now, we are between the 200-week moving average and the 200-day moving average, and we're basically getting compressed between the two. Dr. Profit closed all shorts on Saturday and started to accumulate spot Bitcoin and ETH. I think I've heard of the name Dr. Profit, but I have to be honest, guys. If I was following anyone in the crypto space, and maybe he's had great calls, I don't know the guy. I do find the name Dr. Profit pretty damn funny. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Dr. Profit. So we're getting a little bit of a drop. I mentioned in my community that I'm probably going to look to take on some form of position on either hype, Macron, and gold. But I just want to see us get a little bit of a pullback before I justify entering. And you guys will know as soon as I take that trade within the community. First link in the description down below, guys. Is he a real doctor? Guys, I don't know who this Dr. Profit guy is. I just find the name funny. Dr. Profit. Give me a break, right? Okay. Stock market opens in just under a minute. Some of the questions are funny again. I think on my last video, one guy asked, buy or sell? Come on, man. That's not what we do here. 30 seconds for the stock market. Good morning, legends. J Tin Man, I see some familiar faces. Good morning, Krypton Dawn. King K, legends. Saylor is selling this week. He sold some MicroStrategy. All right, stock market is open, guys. Good afternoon, Semi. Sky Fox, greetings from my corner of the world to yours. Greetings. Perhaps the pullback comes this week. Let's see. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and say that I've been taking a ton of trades. In fact, if you're in my group, you know that I've been sitting flat in my 4 positions in this market. I'm a swing trader, right? So I'm pretty picky about when I enter. I would imagine that when we have easier market conditions, I'll probably enter more trades. But right now, it's about slowly building up the trading portfolio and taking good risk to reward setups. Someone asked about the gold, how gold's looking. Let's take a look. Still nothing from me on gold. You can see where I'm currently looking. This is ideal for me. Thank you for the education, mate. Sammy, my man. Good morning, Metzger. Hope you're well, man. I'm doing great, guys. I played some phenomenal football last night. I played with a bunch of friends, and I was just setting up so many goals. Would like to hear a Mexican music themed live stream. If I can find some non-copyright Mexican tunes that I could play on the live stream, maybe we'll do it. Why don't you use the volume profile? I'm not sure what you mean. I do use the volume profile almost on everything. Like this is the volume profile, guys. Can you show us when you started shorting Ondo again? Oh man, this was like, guys, that's a swing trade that I entered before the liquidation event. That trade is long gone. I've already closed that position a long time ago, man. Yeah, VRVP is amazing. It is. Hey, bring the salsa. J Beers, my man. What do you think about dominance next month? That's a good question. I genuinely haven't thought about it, but let's see if I can answer you. I would suspect that if Bitcoin month, you said month. If Bitcoin is to continue its relief rally, I think that strong alts might actually perform. But we have to remember that these relief rallies, like we're starting to enter, pay attention guys, we're starting to enter the period in the market where historically the relief rally can potentially top out. Sometimes we go into August, like mid-August even, but this is like the beginning of when these relief rallies typically top out. But I'm giving it like a month, even a few weeks at least, because at the end of the day, when you're positioned well, it's you know, you don't have to stress that much. Saylor sold again. Saylor sold some of his stock, not Bitcoin. He will likely sell some more Bitcoin again. But here you can see that he increased his USD reserves by $225 million. So he is stacking cash, as we like to say. He sold MicroStrategy, and he's effectively just diluting it. This is one of the main reasons why I don't like MicroStrategy. Never been a fan, really. I'd rather just own Bitcoin if I'm going to be bullish on this asset class. Glass is on now. So usually a lot of people give Peter Schiff some flack, but another week of needlessly sacrificing common shareholders to protect preferred shareholders without selling Bitcoin. You must be scared that there's not enough demand for Bitcoin to absorb your sales. Otherwise, there's no excuse for purposely creating a negative Bitcoin yield. I tend to agree. He is stacking dollars. And there's nothing wrong with stacking dollars, but it comes at the expense of others. Pharma Weeb. I don't like MicroStrategy either, like the way they do things, but you have to give Michael Saylor credit. All he has to do is survive a few more months, and he'll be good for a few more years. Yeah, look, the thing is, if done well and strategically, MicroStrategy can actually perform well. I've never said that MicroStrategy is going to go to zero. I've never said these kinds of things. But what I have been saying is I'm just not a fan of how he runs things. I'm not a fan of how he's leveraged like crazy. And again, I still firmly believe that if you believe in Bitcoin as an asset, you don't need to buy MicroStrategy. Now, some people would speculate on more upside for MicroStrategy than Bitcoin, and that's totally okay. But if you're expecting me to do that, the answer is no. It simply will not happen. Just my 2 cents. Our team, Spain, are the World Cup champions. Rightfully so. Argentina basically had no shots. Spain totally deserved to win, and anyone that says otherwise is probably just biased. Don't get me wrong, I would have absolutely loved for Messi to win a second World Cup, but with that overall team performance from Argentina were relying on moments of magic. They had that grit, they had that dog in them, that fight. But when you're playing a team like Spain that is able to just hold the ball in such a composed manner for so long, once they go 1-0 up, it was always going to be over, in my opinion at least. They couldn't do these comeback shenanigans against Spain. All right. Florida girl, I don't know if you're in my community, but I will definitely let you know about hype. Basically, I think that 58.2 is a significant low for hype. And perhaps we can get another squeeze up. The only thing I would say that's a bit tricky with this trade is, you know, you have a high, you have a higher high, and then we're kind of somewhere in between. So basically, this is technically a lower high. This is technically a lower low. So are we just going to see distribution and then we break down? That's the question, right? That's the question. Been in the space for over 6 years. Just crossed your videos the other month. Keep going. Very good analysis you drop. Thank you, my man. My goal with my content is to simplify crypto. Simplify it in a way where ideally you can be consistent in the market. And I try to teach you guys through my own trades and how I analyze the markets as a swing trader. And I think that having like a wider lens and looking at the higher time frames is the way you should be analyzing this market, particularly for those of you that are trading with a little bit more capital. If you have less capital, then it's totally fine because I started out with scalping here and there. But for the most part, within my community, I share my trades. Then on the live stream, if we can get a couple scalps, we will. And that's that. I hope I can continue to make an impact. And speaking of which, guys, smash the like button because we just hit 20,000 subscribers literally today. So thank you for all your support, guys. It's been a great journey so far. I do not plan on stopping. So thank you. I really do appreciate all of your support, guys. I think we get some choppy price action, to be honest. Godspeed, brother. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. So, if you're in my community, we talked about Macron because it's had a really, really big sell-off. Like, a 36% dump is pretty significant. Now, I'm looking to see if we can get a retest of this zone. So, like, anchored VWAP from the pivot low from the beginning of this year, as well as the bull market support band. We did not quite tap into it, so no, I am not in a trade. But as soon as I get into any trades, I let my community know first. And guys, if you want to join the community, please remember, it's the first link in the description down below. It's not a paid group like Donald Trump's $100,000 potential paid membership for Truth Social. It's a group where you trade with your own money, and that's it. I'm going to constantly reference that now. And then we also looked at gold, which we have not hit my level yet. But the first area of interest for me on a weekly time frame for gold would be a sweep of 3886, because it was a significant pivot in October of 2025. So I would expect a reaction from there if we are to make it there. Could you please check the S&P? Yeah, let's do that. I think that the S&P is going to remain choppy in this environment for quite some time. Remember what, look, this is actually my drawing. I mean, it's nothing pretty, but we talked about the fact that, you know, the S&P 500 takes a long time to experience an actual, say, 10, 20% drop. I know a lot of people that would get aggressive with shorting this, but for me, at least, I DCA into the S&P 500, and this looks like the start of a potential correction. The thing is, though, this takes time to play out. It really does. We could easily make an all-time high and come back down and then distribute a bit. So this is not something that I would personally enter aggressively. Maybe if we get a sweep of all-time high and acceptance back below, in my community, I'll consider entering a cheeky S&P 500 short, although I typically refrain from shorting the stock markets. It looks like we're getting something like this, where you kind of, you graze the all-time high, you slightly make higher highs, then you drop a little bit, then it takes very long. Like something like this can literally take months before anything significant happens to the downside. Someone thought Aurelius is asking about Oracle. I don't really trade Oracle, but sure. Wow, that's a pretty big dump. I think we cover this. Like this is a no touching zone. Oh, actually, I might eat my words there. One sec. April 2025. I would say that if we get a sweep, it could be interesting, actually. Oh, you can see how perfectly it held on to the value area low, and then it got an... Guys, this strategy that I talk about in my videos, in my live streams, is literally... It's usable across all assets. When we tap into the value area low, particularly for the first time in a while, we tend to get supported within a big range, and you start trending towards the value area high. Check it out. Right at that 200-week moving average as well, but right up until value area high, and you got a rejection. Very, very interesting to see this. But now that we've broken below the value area low, the next trade idea would probably be around 118. And guys, you can trade Oracle, you can trade Macron, you can trade all kinds of stocks, whatever you want on Bluffin, which is my go-to crypto trading exchange if you want to join. I'm going to look to take a new trade this week, probably a couple new swing trades because I've been pretty comfy in my positions. The World Cup is over. It's time to look for some new opportunities in this market. But I will not force it, guys. I will not force it because, as we've discussed, relief rallies for Bitcoin can be extremely choppy. Do you think anything like 2020 AMC GME will ever happen again? Something tells me they figured out not to let that happen again. It's possible, but I agree with you that they, the big guys, most certainly don't want that to happen again. The enthusiasm in your voice. Good morning, Mr. Wolf. I hope you're well. Yeah, I think we're gonna get a couple of good trades this week in the community. I'm like, I like the way the market is lining up. Mission accomplished. What you're doing is working. Thank you. Reiner the Flow Artists. Have I ever lost a trade with Bitcoin? Of course, man. Of course, guys. Look, yes, I come on the channel and I show my winning trades, but I can assure you that as soon as I lose my next trade, like the next trade that I do end up losing, I will 100% talk about it. Those of you that have been with me for a while know that, wow, my... Sorry, guys, a little bit of a tickle. Those of you that have been with me for a while know that I talk about all my wins and my losses. Everything is shared transparently in my community and on the YouTube channel. So if I lose a next trade, you will know. What are you thinking about a short from 66.67? I would personally prefer higher. Tom Turnbull says, as long as you are over 60% profitable. That's actually an interesting concept because I know some people that have like a 30% win rate, but when they win so much more than when they lose that they are still net profitable. So the concept of needing to be over 50%, as long as you know when to size in, it actually doesn't matter as much as you would think. Breathe. Hey everyone, missed the start. Roy Bentz, drop some insight on where you think hype is going. Heard you mention you will be looking for a hype trade in the community. Yep, and that will be shared within the community as soon as I decide to take it. Right now, the thing is, while I do think that select altcoins can potentially get some push to the upside, the most important thing that we need to consider is Bitcoin still determines the rest of the market, particularly in a bear market. And what this means is if Bitcoin drops, it's highly likely that alts across the board will struggle again. So I'm pretty cautious about alts. Jonathan David Kellogg, what time frame are you thinking for the summer relief? End of July or mid-August? I honestly don't know. We have to see how this price action develops. That's why along the way, on my long, I've been taking profits, and sharing it in the community. We know that historically what can happen for Bitcoin is we can get some relief well into August, right? So you go here, even on the dump from 2022, where we created this temporary low in the middle of June, we rallied from the middle of June to the middle of August. So I think that there could still be maybe another 2-3 weeks of upside. It's possible, guys. But that does not mean I would close my shorts. Not at all. In fact, I will add to my shorts when I think the time is right. In 2018, what basically happened was summer relief when you create that low up until the top was this week. That's how it went. The top of that relief rally would be this week. That being said, the area in which we topped out is highly interesting to me because you see this blue line, it's the 200-day moving average. if the market makers really want to, for lack of a better term, fuck with the traders, what you'll want to pay attention to is if we can make it there, because that same line is literally just below $73,000. Now, when we covered this analysis a week or two ago, this same line was at like 74K. It continues to drop because the price is below the moving average. So this is something that we must consider. I think it can continue. I think someone asked me, would you short at the value area high here? And my answer is no, because one, I'm already in shorts that were shared within my group. And two, the more and more that you tap into a level like this, the more and more likely it is that you break through. And you can see multiple taps potentially creating a higher low with this structure. Now, from a liquidity perspective, we must understand that it is relatively even on the 1-day time frame. On the 7-day, I would imagine, okay. So it's mainly the 30-day where we have a lot of long leverage. But keep in mind, it's only at about 2 times the longs versus shorts. And usually the big flushes occur when we exceed that 5x. So that's what I would be looking at. If we exceed that 5x, maybe it's time to start really pushing and adding to my existing shorts in this market. 90 days should be pretty even if I had to guess. Yep. And then 180 day, there are more shorts in the market. So the way that this works in a bear market is a lot of people will jump into shorts because they're convinced that the price has topped out, and we will just have that ugly price action to the upside. And when I say ugly, I mean like what we're seeing now. It's not like we continue to get something like this, where you have an impulse, a pop down, an impulse, a pop down. You know, it's ugly in the sense of, sure, you get an impulse, and then it's choppy, big correction, choppy, and maybe we squeeze up and then we grab that liquidation leverage, the shorts in particular. That's what a bear market is, guys. In the bull markets, we get more of this. When you say exceeding 5x, what do you mean? So, Jay Beers, I'm not sure if you're in the community. If you're not, no worries. But we've talked about this concept a lot, where what happens is some people will look at this chart and say, on the 30-day, there is over 2 times more cumulative short liquidation leverage compared to cumulative long liquidation leverage. Therefore, we have to dump. One, I will remind you guys, liquidity is only a part of the analysis. It's not the be-all, end-all. It's not the first thing that I look at when it comes to trading. I look at what the chart actually shows, where we're headed to. Is it resistance? Is it support? Is it the value area high? Are we tapping into, for example, on my Bitcoin long trade that we took within the community, one of the main things that I was eyeing was the 2024 value area low. And we tapped into it, we swept it, and that was a great long entry. But back to my points. The market makers can allow for liquidity to build up longer than what may seem comfortable. So just because there's 2 times more cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market compared to cumulative short liquidation leverage in the market, it doesn't mean that we just have to flush. We don't have to flush yet. But remember, bear markets are categorized by staircase up, elevator down. So that's why I'm still thinking that what we get, even with some pullbacks along the way, is some choppy upside price action before rejecting. That's currently my thought process. Similar to what happened here. And in this kind of choppy price action, what happens is we will see longs and longs. Like this, what you're seeing here is liquidity getting built up right below the level, because it suggests that the higher lows are being created, which it's not a lie. We can see right in front of us, higher low, higher low, higher low. Until the choppy price action is over and we just dump. And at that point, let's say for whatever reason, I don't want to say for whatever reason because I think it's a possibility, but let's say that Bitcoin does make it towards the 2021 all-time high, right at around $69,000. Heck, let's say Bitcoin goes to 70K in a choppy, ugly manner. What we'll notice, and I'm calling it now on the charts, is we will probably have over 5 times the cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market because people want that exposure to the upside. So they jump in as the price climbs. Over 5x is okay, but a lot of the times on these relief rallies, legends, what happens is we have over 10x. Like, especially when when we kick off the bear market relief rallies. For example, if you've been in the community, you know that we shorted Bitcoin at $97,000, $98,000. This one, when Bitcoin was up here, I believe we had 13x times the cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market compared to cumulative short. So the shorts were like basically non-existent. We grabbed the upside liquidity and everyone was convinced that we're back, we're so back. And unfortunately, that was not the case. But that's also one of the reasons why we entered that Bitcoin short here. And then, as you know, we have a low. And it could take months and months and months. This is a 2-month period to establish the high. And from the high to breaking below the low, we're talking about a 1-month period. So the price action to the downside happens quicker and more aggressively. And that's exactly what happened here. We have the low and we create that high. Let's just take it to the Clarity Act high. 97 days. Let's call it 90 days, 3 months. Liquidity gets built up. Longs jump in, longs jump in, longs jump in. And then in literally less than a third of the time, less than a month, we have a new low. So that's how bear markets play out. And it's the same, it's the opposite in bull markets. So for now, I think that this is something we can see. So I don't want you guys to, especially if you're new tuning into the channel, I am not a perma bull. If you've been in the community, if you've been watching the channel, we've been shorting Bitcoin the entire bear market on every single relief rally. And I will continue to take credit for that because it's been one of the easiest bear markets to trade because I've been trading the markets for just over a decade now. And you start to realize what you should be looking for on these relief rallies to enter shorts. So I'm happy about that. In my community, we shorted it all the way down. And I think that things will change. What I'm trying to get at is don't think I'm a perma bull because I'm calling for higher. I don't want to put myself in the same bracket as these perma bull crypto influencers that are always calling for higher. Do I think Bitcoin can go higher from here? The answer is yes. Do I think that the bear market is over? The answer is no. My higher time frame analysis is something along these lines. Remember, guys, it's not something you can take to the bank, but it's just what I think could actually play out to chop out both sides of the market before we have a new aggressive low. I would love for us in the bear market to sweep the 2024 summer low. That would be a very, very nice zone. So let's see how it plays out. My bias in the immediate short term, with pullbacks along the way, with ugly price action to the upside, with cumulative long liquidation leverage getting built up, is still a little bit higher. I would love to see Bitcoin start with a 7. If we get it, great. I will consider adding to my existing shorts within the community. If we don't get it, then I'm not that worried because I will just make money on the way down. That's the beauty of being positioned in the way that we have been positioned. The Riser 174 says, when the Clarity Act bill doesn't pass, we will see an FTX style crash. I don't know about that. Jay Beers, Okay, thank you. Awesome. I was just gonna ask, how was it? How was the breakdown? Um, Reiner Flow Artist, is it possible for Bitcoin to crash to 10 to 20K? Look, in this world, anything is possible, but it is most certainly not my base case. I do not think that Bitcoin is going that low. You can see that every single cycle, Bitcoin drops less and less in terms of its percentage drawdown from all-time high. So from the all-time high that it establishes to the bear market low, Bitcoin drops less and less. So far, our deepest drawdown from the top in October of 2025 and this bear market has been 54%, which you've heard me say multiple times I do not think is sufficient enough to call for the bear market bottom. Now, was sub 60K a good zone to start DCing into Bitcoin? The answer is yes. We've been talking about this since Bitcoin was literally six figures, and the amount of hate that I've received calling for Bitcoin to go sub 60K was incredible. Now that we went below 60K, I still think we can go lower, but if you had no exposure to Bitcoin, it totally made sense to buy a little bit if that's what you wanted, some exposure to Bitcoin. My base case is drawdown of 60 to 70% from the all-time high. So what this would look like is, and the reason I say I think 60 to 70% is not unreasonable whatsoever, because we've dropped in the last cycle 77%. So it would still be less than the previous cycles. Look, 93, 85, 84, 77. Is calling for a total of a 60% drawdown that crazy? I'd like to say no, it's not. 70% isn't that crazy if we consider what's occurred in Bitcoin's history. And again, some of you will say, well, what if this time is different? Guys, if this time is different, why have we been able to short every single relief rally in this bear market? It hasn't been different. This is standard bear market price action. Choppy relief rallies where along the way, you have people screaming that Bitcoin has formed its low, only for us to dump in less than half the time to much more significant lows. So we play the market both sides. There will be a period in this market where I basically only look to take swing longs. And that will be over the course of many, many years. Years, you heard that right. Because typically we have 1 year bear markets. That's my framework. I don't think it's too crazy. And I also don't think it makes sense to fade the 4 year cycle until it's invalidated. Thus far, it has not been invalidated. And so it does help looking for these setups when you have that as your main framework to follow. Legends, all the trades that I've taken so far have been shared within my community. If you haven't joined already, I would recommend you join. It is a free community where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. And some of you don't like when I say free, so let me explain a little bit further. Maybe I shouldn't use the word free. You're trading with your own money. So the way that it works is you sign up to any of these links down below. You start trading on there as you normally do with your own capital. You don't pay me. You trade with your own money, and you can get access to my group. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. And actually, for those of you that are trading on BTCC or Kraken, we can add you under my referral without the need of you making a new account. So you're trading with your own capital, guys. That's how I've run this group. That's how I will likely continue to run this group. That's also what we're likely going to tie into these Mind Pillar tools. If you're trading with me, you will always get access to these top-notch tools, and we're going to continue to build this out. Once we have more added here, I will likely make a full Mind Pillar tutorial. And yes, I do work with the Mind Pillar team. So that's how we're going to create these products for you. I want to make sure that it's painted. I want to make sure that the information is presented in two ways. For traders like us, but also for long-term investors. Some of you are both. Some of you are just traders. Some of you are just long-term investors. But the way that it works is this should be your go-to tool in the market. Now, from a trading perspective, if we take a look at the 15-minute time frame and we look at the CVD, It is interesting to see that we have some longs jumping into the market again. Nothing wrong with that. And if you're not sure about CVD, I have the simplest chart for you. This is how you want to... I would recommend screenshotting this. Reiner, the flow artist, are you planning to add other options for exchanges so people can join your Telegram group? Guys, I think we did a great job with Kraken. I mean, a lot of you were asking for Kraken because you weren't able to access other communities, and a lot of you are already trading on Kraken. It's very easy to get you under the referral. This was the new option that we recently added. Are we going to add more? Maybe. But right now, you know that my go-to exchange is actually the first one here, Bluffin, where you can get 25% off your trading fees, a $500 bonus exclusively on the platform. And if you're trading with me with a significant amount of capital, we're talking $50,000, $100,000, $500,000 plus, I can get you VIP perks on Bluffin, which significantly reduces your fees. But yeah, I'll try my best to add more options, guys. But for now, this is what we have to be able to join the community. So Bitcoin is currently hovering just above $64,000. Oracle is looking pretty okay. Let's see if we get some kind of sweep here. Kraken is available in my region, but it requires a US number to verify. I doubt that. I think it's available like everywhere, almost everywhere. Trula30, hello Matt. I was waiting for you at 5:30, but you weren't on time and I fell asleep. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Trula, what I will say is, so you know I have two groups. I have my group where I share my trades, and then I have my group where I just share regular like Telegram updates. If you guys aren't already in here, I would recommend you join. It's this one below my summer schedule. I usually give updates as to like if I'm running a bit late, if things have changed, if one day I'm not doing a live stream. This is the schedule that I aim for. But like I said, last night we had World Cup. I had a great time. We were a group of 15 people watching the game together, and then a couple of my friends and I played some football late at night. I got back to my place at 1 in the morning, woke up here at 6:37, and yeah, so we weren't, as long as we get it before the New York stock market open, that's my goal, but usually I try to aim a little bit earlier, so my apologies for that, guys. But I will always tell you within this community here if you want to join. There's no trades in there, there's nothing. This is just like my updates. My trading community is the first one. Bro, Martinez should be the man of the match. Yeah, Martinez played pretty well, guys. Hey, dude, do you ever trade inverse perpetuals? Bitcoin is the underlying asset, and could you please explain why or why not? Does it make more profits doing it? So, I don't usually do that, mainly because I'm more open to losing capital on trades than losing my Bitcoin. Because you have to remember, guys, whether I long or short Bitcoin, I am a long-term Bitcoin bull. I think that Bitcoin will likely continue to go up in our lifetime, and I don't like using my Bitcoin to trade. That being said, I've done it before, and you can kind of compound those profits because you can earn Bitcoin as Bitcoin is also going up. But it's just not my cup of tea. I like to know the dollar amount directly without risking the underlying asset. So I'd rather use, stable coins, call it dollars for my trades. But it's a personal opinion. If, like, I know some people that do both, right? Are there traders in your group who are from the Philippines? I am Reiner, the flow artist. I have currently... How many members do we have in the group? I currently have just under 1,400 traders in the group, and I am pretty sure there's going to be some from the Philippines. Do you foresee a black day for Bitcoin in the coming days, similar to what happened on October 10th and 11th last year? In the coming days. Guys, that kind of question would suggest that I'm some kind of fortune teller. I am not a fortune teller. I am just a trader. I trade the market that is right in front of me. I am in no business calling for a liquidation event. I don't know if there's some people that specialize in that, but it's like the boy who cried wolf. How many times have you seen someone say, hey, it's gonna happen, and then it doesn't happen? Or when everyone least expects it, that's when it happens. I will say we got lucky on the liquidation event because in my community we were shorting Ondo. So that was very lucky. I'm not going to take credit for that. I was already in a short before it happened, and then Ondo just dumped. So can't complain about that. I wish I could predict things like that, my friends. It would be pretty nice. Run a degen trade right now. Yeah, maybe we'll take a scalp on stream. Let's see. Let's see. You know, I'm kind of thinking like, I honestly would like to take a look at SpaceX. I would maybe take a punt here, to be honest. I'll let you guys know. But let's see. There's a lot of interesting setups that are materializing here. Is Macron dumping? We are dumping a little bit. That's all nice. Pharma Weeb, take out your crystal ball and tell us the future, please. All right. The bear market bottom is around 43K. I don't know, guys. When Moon, long. The Ondo short is one of my most profitable trades ever, thanks to you. Khalil, I'm glad you say that. Absolutely awesome that you were able to take advantage of it. But I have to say, guys, trading is skill, but there's also an element of luck. No one could have expected the liquidation event, and that Ondo short that Khalil is referring to was shared in my community, of course. All my trades are shared in my community. But when you get like favorable price action, I remember taking profits along the way, and had I not taken any profits and then the liquidation event would have happened, oh man, That would have been maybe my biggest trade ever. Purchase media. CBM stands for Crystal Ball Mat. Hi, Matsir. Thank you for your videos. My pleasure, man. What's your liquidation price if you didn't have a stop on your short? Guys, the short... One moment. Can you guys hear the music? It says that my mic isn't working. Let me check the chat. Basically, my liquidation price is $221,000 Bitcoin. So, I hope that answers your question. The reason is because I have a significant amount of capital on the exchange, guys. And that would never happen. Let's be real. My stop loss is also a break even. All right, YouTube is messing with you. Okay, great. Okay, so Bitcoin is currently dumping. But we're trying to hold. Adalde, what's your opinion on trading on 1 a month right before the full moon? Guys, I know that a lot of people follow this like whole full moon thing. I don't have an opinion on it. Look, I haven't backtested anything in regards to the full moon, but if it works, it works. Any trading strategy can work, as crazy as that sounds. It's just about risk management. If the full moon trade that you're getting into provides you with good setups and it's a good win rate, why not, right? And you can backtest these things with AI nowadays, and it should give you a pretty clear view of whether or not the strategy works. Is liquidation price higher when you use cross margin? Yes, of course. Guys, cross margin takes your entire account. So what this means is if Bitcoin rallies to $220,000, assuming I still have my short open, my entire account gets liquidated. That won't happen. But that's how it works. And that's why as a new trader, if you're just getting into the market, guys, I would say it does not make sense to use cross margin. If you have less capital, I mean, I would not use cross margin. Just because I use it, it doesn't mean that you should use it. And that's why I think it's very important for you guys to make your own decisions in the market, because our trading strategies and how we manage trades and things like that might differ. Purchase media, cross margin is a game changer. I've been full porting on isolated before I discovered CBM. Yeah, purchase media, I guess it depends with the capital you're using. Like if you're pretty comfortable trading the market and you have $50,000 to $100,000 in capital plus like 100K, 200K, we have a couple of traders in the group that have a few mil. Then yeah, if you're able to manage your stuff like that, cool. But if you're trading with like $1,000 and less than that, yeah, I wouldn't. I would be very cautious with that. What's your target for swing long if you are still planning to add to your existing long? So on my Bitcoin long, I took profits at 60K, at 62K. Wait, let me just confirm. Yeah, and then at $65,000. My next take profit for my Bitcoin long is $69,000, and I would only really add if we get a move down towards the value area low, which seems improbable at this point. But maybe this drags on, guys. Maybe we do have a dump and then we pop up. But right now, I would say that this looks primed for more upside. Like it could be. And I think that we're going to continue to bait all the longs in the market. And then when it's time to reject, it will be nasty. That's just what I think, because that's what's been happening the entire bear market. You don't need me to tell you that. You just need to open your eyes and look at the price action of Bitcoin whenever it has this choppy upside price action. Staircase up, elevator down. What's your TP1 for Tau? Guys, we've been taking so much profits on Tau already. I entered Tau at 285. It's at 194. This trade was also shared in my community. We entered a short. My next TP for Tau is right at around 183. But we've been taking profits along the way. As always, that's how you trade this market, guys. You don't just have some massive TP zone, but the Tau trade was absolutely phenomenal, I have to say. Very happy with my execution on that one. You know, we were chopping. We went a little bit above my entry price, and then eventually we just nuked. It was basically on Tau, we caught. Let me remove the magnet. We caught a 34% dump with 10x leverage, and I was using a good portion of my trading portfolio. So happy with that, guys. Next TP is 183, but my stop loss is at break even. It's a risk-free trade. That's what I do in my community, guys. I share these kinds of things, and I do tend to hold positions longer than most are probably comfortable with. That's for sure. Some other YouTubers are calling for the local top now. I'm going to hold out and trust you, waiting a bit longer to go short again. Yeah, I mean, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. The reason why I am comfortable in my analysis is not only because history would suggest that we can get some more upside, it's also because we're not seeing a ridiculous amount of longs in the market. It's also because we're still holding the higher low structure. And it's also, to be honest with you guys, because I have massive shorts in the market. Like if Bitcoin, let's say we wake up tomorrow and Bitcoin is at $50,000, I would be very, very happy. The rest of my long position would get stopped out, and I would have made, at the very worst, $47,000 on this trade. And the rest of my short positions would be in some even more significant profits. So, and then some people will ask me, well, why are you in a long and a short? Exactly because of this. Because I can take advantage of this ugly, visually unappealing price action to the upside in my long, and then when it's over, and the shorts make money on the way down. Next week, do we have FOMC? Is that the case? Yeah, this week is a pretty pretty... Oh, we have like nothing this week. What's going on? Almost nothing this week. Next week we have FOMC Legends, which is great. This is one where, as you know, we like to rip the very long live streams on FOMC. So that should be interesting. Legends, all the trades that I'm sharing, all the trades that I talk about, they're in my community. If you'd like to join, remember, you just have to DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You're not paying me to join the group. You trade with your own money. And in case you're wondering about the title of today's live stream, because some of you are recently joining, so Strategy basically increased its USD reserve by 225 million. It did not sell more Bitcoin, but it sold more MSTR common shares through their ATM equity offering program. So it basically raised the money through that. They did not sell more Bitcoin, but Saylor is definitely stacking his cash. Trading Bitcoin while you live stream really helps me. It gives me a second set of eyes, a set that's much more knowledgeable and experienced, and how I read the chart. The validation, invalidation is huge. I'm so glad that you're getting value out of the live streams as well. Because sometimes with these live streams, as you know, guys, I don't take a trade on every live stream. Right now, I think we're 6 for 6 on the live stream trades. We have not had a single losing trade on the live stream, but I don't take them all the time, right? And I'm glad that you say that and that you're getting value out of it and that you're trading the market as I'm discussing the market, because this tells me that you're not just here for, oh, give me trade setup, give me trade setup. It's always, and I hate to make fun of people, but it's always the people with that aren't serious that say these kinds of things. So anyways, I'm very, very happy. We're 6-0. Can you do a poll asking where most of your subscribers are from? That's kind of hard because I have to, I mean, I could do it by continent, right? You can't just put a bunch of different countries. Like, I think YouTube will basically not allow a gazillion different options. But actually, let's start a poll. I think it's a good one. We'll ask about Bitcoin mainly. Maybe I'm the only one from the Philippines. I highly doubt it, guys. I highly doubt it, Reiner, the flow artist. We have some community members in the Philippines. I'm like sure of it. From Wakanda, my man. All right. This is like if we go to the 5 minutes, pretty choppy. Someone talked about hype because I mentioned it. Guys, I am eyeing hype in my community. I would like to see a drop if possible, but let's see. Hi, Matt. What about gold? Gold has not yet hit the level that I'm eyeing. So in my community, I talked about how gold would be interesting if we sweep 3,886, I believe. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Let me just confirm. Yeah, we did 3,886. We did not sweep it yet. We should get a reaction from there if we sweep it. Matt, are you looking forward to adding any mods to this chat? I think they could help you out by answering easier questions. That's a good idea. I gave, like, there's a couple of mods in my group in this chat. Jay Beers is one of them. I know that Grigor is one of them. Macau is one of them. That's a good idea. Yeah, like people that are always tuning into the markets and kind of know my thought process and can answer on my behalf. That would be really good. I would like to see this come down. Taluk Dot says, made 2 shorts, 1 long hit, 1 TP, 2 stop loss today, up 1%. Nice. 326 watching, not even half the likes. Come on, guys, says Jonathan. I appreciate you, my man. If you haven't already, legends, let's destroy that like button. 161 likes. I got eyes everywhere now. I think this is going to be an interesting week. Like I said, someone asked me in the chat if I would short Bitcoin here, and my answer is no, because of the amount of times that we've tapped into the value area high. Of course, we can reject here, but the thing is, the more and more that you tap into a zone like this, the more and more likely it is that we break above the zone. So That's why I would not enter a short here. I am in a short from much higher within the community as always, but we're tapping into it multiple times. I always hit the like button as soon as I open your videos. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Tau almost got to your TP, 188. Yeah, it did, but I don't stress about it, mainly because I've already TP'd a lot. So it's like, again, my thought process, Legends, is if for whatever reason Tau just starts ripping, which it would need to pump $100 to hit my entry now, at the worst I made 60K, and that's it, right? I really do think it could be a good week, J Beers. I think there will be opportunities to enter some good trades. Big Huggies. Yes, you were the person that talked about hype. That's what I'm looking at. I think Big Huggies, are you in my community? I'm not sure. But target area for entry on hype, I'm hoping for a sweep of the low 58s. Are you thinking along the same lines? Yes, I am thinking along the same lines. In fact, we don't have to sweep it. I would honestly, I think sub 60, anything sub 60 from a swing trading perspective could be interesting. Now, of course, if we just nuke, I don't enter the trade. But my community members will know as soon as I enter any new trade. Right now, I am in 4 trades, a Bitcoin long, a Bitcoin short, another Bitcoin short, and a Tau short. But I am looking for some more longs, to be perfectly clear with you guys. I am. Cali Compiler, I love the fact that we look at other aspects, opportunities in the market, even though we are BTC centric. Here to support and absorb the knowledge. My man, love to hear it. Yeah, I really think Macron can provide some decent reaction from its anchored VWAP taken from the beginning of this year. This is what I discussed in my community, and as always, I will let you know if I take the trade, but we did not tap the level, so therefore I don't take the trade. That's just how I operate. From Bitcoin's perspective, we keep on tapping into the value area high, and as discussed, the more and more that you tap into something like this without a significant rejection, the more and more likely it is that we break it. And so I did not enter a new short. Someone mentioned Oracle. I believe it was Opius on the stream. I think that actually this is getting into an okay zone with invalidation below 106, because we're down significantly on Oracle, right? That's a big dump. So let's see. Could be something like this. Again, guys, all of these things that I'm currently eyeing, it does not mean that it's a blind, oh, I'm just taking the trade. There are other things that I consider, mainly how the price reacts to the level before I decide to enter a trade, and that is always shared within my community when I decide to take a trade. More recently, it's been a little bit more quiet in the community, and that's totally fine because I'm a swing trader, right? I hold 4 big positions in this market. I am looking for more exposure, but right now I'm pretty chill. Could be something like this. I think I would, yeah, that looks pretty decent already for a first 2-to-1 risk to reward. Stop just below this pivot low. But let's see. No reaction, no trade. You know the drill if you're in my community. And then this is something that maybe you hold Maybe I can hold. Sorry, I shouldn't say you. I should always say me because it's what I'm doing in the market. I'm not telling you to do anything. Denver here, my man. Big Huggies says, I've been short on hype from 75.76 and would really like to get a sweep of that for a nice hedge. Maybe have to lower my position size and jump in if it breaks below 60K and get confirmations. Congratulations on 20,000 subscribers. Thank you, Legends. I appreciate it. We just hit 20K. Love it. Hey Matt, are you ever worried your community will ever get too big that market makers will try and hunt down the positions in which we have entered together? This is something that has crossed my mind, but there's a couple things we have to consider. Shitcoins, yes. As you know, in my community, we shorted the Rave token, and I made like 60K on that trade, although it could have been way, way more. Now, I think that as my community gets bigger, I will only be trading multi-billion-dollar assets. And because sometimes I've entered trades on stuff like that are like 500 million market cap. And so that's why I'm not that concerned, because if I do major stocks, if I do Bitcoin, if I do gold, if I do even major altcoins like Hype, it's highly unlikely that we become targeted. Highly unlikely. We have traders in my group with several millions of dollars as well, and we've never gotten targeted. So I don't think that it will happen, but to mitigate this, I probably should just stick to more reliable and assets with bigger market caps. And that's that. Guys, there's no way that, let's say my community gets to 5,000 people in my group. There's no way we can control the market together. Unless by some miracle, one of you guys is a multi-billionaire and you have a bunch of multi-billionaire friends and you join my community and we take trades together. Aside from that, highly unlikely. A couple mil on Bitcoin does not move the market that much. Or at all, I should say, really. Is Macron on Bluffin to trade? Yes, it is. So if you go here and you search up MU, it is MU. That's the ticker for Macron. So you can trade all the stocks, or most of the bigger stocks are on Bluffin as well to trade. Selfishly, I want the channel to stay small for that reason. I mean, what can I say? The channel has to grow if I want to have a bigger impact, right? That's just the way the world works. But again, there's channels with 500,000 subscribers only trading Bitcoin, and they don't move the market. So I highly doubt that we will. Rob OPP. Good morning, Matt. I'm trying to join your community. I have a Kraken account and gave the bot my public ID. It's been a couple days and I'm still not in. Is there another step I need to take? No, there is not, Rob OPP. It's likely because Kraken sometimes takes a while with the referral transfers, but you will get access to the group. That I can assure you of, right? It's been a couple days though. So let me reconvene. I'll message my team right now to see if there's any status update. Rob OPP. Let me see. All right, Rob, I'm messaging you right now on my account. Hi, Rob. I'll get back to you, Rob, after the live stream, but we should be able to sort it out. And if you don't know what Rob is talking about, Legends, if you're already trading on Kraken, and I know for some of you it's annoying to have to change trading accounts if you're already comfortable on something like Kraken. Now that we have it as a partner of the channel, you can basically get transferred under my referral, which basically just means you keep your same account. You don't have to do KYC again. You don't have to sign up with my link. We can just transfer you. And that has to be done manually. I have an automation in my Telegram, which basically allows you to sign up with my links. And once it's confirmed, it can automatically verify you and add you to my group. But with Kraken referral transfers, it's not possible, unfortunately. So we need human intervention. We'll sort that out for you. Don't worry, guys. How can I join your community if I am from Pakistan? Binance is famous here. I don't have an option for Binance. I'm not a fan of them, to be honest. But what? Wow. But what I will say is there should be an exchange that I have in the description down below that works for you. Is that line below the current price where you're thinking about longing hype? No, actually, that would be like my invalidation. I would want to probably long higher if I get the opportunity to do so. It's just something I'm eyeing. I'm going to share it in the community as soon as I decide to take a trade. Legends, from a scalping perspective, this isn't super clean price action. We're 6 for 6 on the live stream trades, but I don't take a trade every live stream. And if I don't see an opportunity to take a trade, I will not take a trade. Even if it's just little tiny scalps. This is pretty choppy. From a swing trading perspective, though, those positions that you see me hold for multiple days to weeks, sometimes even months, those ones I'm looking to enter at some new levels relatively soon, which will be shared within my community. Right now, because Aurelius pointed out Oracle, this is an interesting one for me. Gold is also an interesting one, which we have not hit my level. Macron is also an interesting one. Hype is also something that I'm eyeing, and that's already a lot. Really, there's a lot that could potentially play out here. No Bitcoin charts again? What do you mean, man? We're right here. We are on the Bitcoin chart. Everything is trying to hold, says Tonserve. No big moves today. Yeah. Hey, brother, where do you think the next Bitcoin top will be? Any prediction or just give a number you think? Vanesh Crypto Trader. The next top, I guess you're referring to the local top. So on the Bitcoin long that we took within the community, I've been taking profits along the way. But I have to say, my higher time frame analysis is still something like this. That is, ideally, I've taken profits 3 times on my Bitcoin long. Ideally, we can make it to the 2021 all-time high, but no stress if we don't. I would say, though, I do still think that this relief rally can continue. We've now had 3 weekly closes above the 200-week moving average. The 200-week moving average is it's a pivotal level for Bitcoin, right? So I think we get more upside even with a temporary pullback before we head lower. But my TP number 4 on my Bitcoin long is $69,000. And ideally, I can add to my short at above 70K. That would be very nice. But I'm not holding my breath for this. I mean, let's see. Let's see what we get. Your guess here is as good as mine. That's why it's important to take profits along the way. I think we see the 2021 all-time high. I think we see 67K. So this pivot here. But the question is, how do we react at that level? Intel. Yes, we did bounce off the bull market support bands, but what I would say is we are, unfortunately, like if you're longing this, you want to see continuation past here because this is a pretty significant pivot. And now it's almost back testing as resistance. So this could suggest we get another retest. Englishman in Vietnam says, answers Reiner Flow Artist, just did a search and it showed BTCC as a top 10 exchange for the Philippines in 2026. Kraken is also on the list. Exactly, guys. I'm not allowed to recommend exchanges based on your location, but what I can say is that the coverage that we have down below should be good enough for most of you. Some people really like the full KYC route, and a lot of them choose Kraken, but most of my community members are trading on Bluffin, and Bluffin is my go-to. Can you give me a scalping trade for Bitcoin right now? It doesn't matter how many live streams I do, we always get questions like this. Let's see. Let's see if I can answer you. The answer is no, honestly. The answer is no. This is like a no trade zone. If we, for example, a scalp that I would have considered taking on the stream today, if we get it, and I'm still live, would be maybe here. But we didn't. This is like Legends, this is a little bit of no man's land, right? If you're hoping that I'm one of those guys that just spams trade signals, I would highly recommend that you don't join my group because I take high probable swing trades in the market and I do hold my positions for damn long while taking profits on them. It's probably not what you want to hear, but I think it's what you need to hear. There is such a thing as overtrading. Oh, 2-bit as well works in that region. There was a good Zcash short today. You missed it. Elio tier drop. Was there? Oh, yeah, there was. There was. Valid. Hey from Ukraine, Metzir, how are you today? Legends, I am doing lovely. I hope that I can spread positivity with my streams as well, because I'm a generally happy and optimistic guy, even though some of you guys still don't like that I short Bitcoin. But I am genuinely doing great. We're trading the markets. We're in some great trades. I'm looking for new opportunities. Life outside of crypto trading is also doing great. Hanging out with friends and family. Took advantage of the World Cup. That was great. Playing football is great. Playing tennis is great. Exercise is great. I feel very very grateful and well balanced. We just hit 20,000 subscribers, so there's that as well. Tom Turnbull, exactly, man, exactly. There is such a thing as sitting on your hands. Not taking a trade is a trade, right? Make me monies. Bombichito, you are removing me. Why? I don't know, Legends. Did Bombichito say something? Bombichito, what is your question, my man? I may have missed it, guys. We get a lot of questions on the live stream. There's 300 of you watching. I try to address everyone as best as I can, but sometimes I miss questions. That's not worth kicking people out for, though. Brother, I was asking about the next bull market top price prediction. I see. So in the last bull market, my top prediction was between $130,000 and $160,000. We hit 126K. So technically my prediction was wrong. So I'm not into calling for these big targets because I like to trade the market that's right in front of me. And if I had to guess, I would say over 160K. I would say my range would maybe be like 150 to 200. I think that's not unrealistic. But then again, even my last target I didn't think was unrealistic. And it didn't get hit. We missed it by $4,000. What could be not so late confirmation that the bear market is over? Ahmed, I would honestly say that if we start to get weekly closes above $82,600 up here at this pivot, then I would be willing to pivot my stance and say, hey, the bull market has begun or the bear market is over. What I will say though, is I don't wait for that to buy Bitcoin, right? In my community, we've been talking about sub 60K as the time to start DCAing into Bitcoin. And I know a lot of community members, and it seems to be the ones with a little bit more capital, have started DCAing into Bitcoin. But I'm going to buy as we head lower. That's my game plan. Someone said all-time high around 300K. I don't think Bitcoin hits 300K in the next cycle. I would love to see 300K because I hold a lot of spot Bitcoin, but I don't think so. Hype is popping up a bit here because Bitcoin is popping up. Give me a bit of a retest, please. Fortis Toro. To put it simply, I'm bullish on Bitcoin long term because it is literally the only form of sound money. You can't print more of it. You can transfer it anywhere and easily. And those are the two main reasons. I know it sounds overly simplistic, but I wouldn't be in the crypto space if I didn't believe in Bitcoin long term. I think that over time, I mean, they're never going to stop printing money, like never. And because of that, yes, all markets over time will likely go up, just over the long term. So that's my view. And I think that Bitcoin is basically the best form of money, and we still have an opportunity to stack it in the long term. I think this is going to sound crazy coming from me. I don't think that it is impossible for us to see $1 million Bitcoin in our lifetime. Yes, you heard that right, coming from the guy that's been bearish on Bitcoin. But that's not That's not swing trading. That's just like long-term speculation. Rick Ty says, there's a theory of Bitcoin not doing any all-time high next cycle and doing an ABC correction with a lower low by end of 2029. I mean, hey, if that happens, right? Brother, I want to know your opinion on this. As AI is taking lower time frames, there's multiple stop loss hunting in lower time frames. Will swing trading survive till 2035 or longer? Guys, you know my thoughts. I think that swing trading is the best way to trade the market. It's more difficult if you don't have a decent chunk of capital, but I still think that swing trading is the best way to trade the market because you're less at risk of these stop loss hunts and things like that. It is more reliable over the long term. And I think that will last forever, my friends. And it makes sense. The more you zoom out, the more accurate of a picture you have on the market. It's Will Anderson. Is there anywhere you haven't traveled that you'd like to travel to this year? I like to see the world, but when I got right out of university and I was making a decent amount of money, I was already traveling a lot. And so I think I'm at a stage now where I'm pretty content bouncing back and forth between, say, Canada and Dubai. And I like my routines. I like what I'm doing. It's a hassle to try to find maybe I just buy an apartment somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Canada, somewhere in Dubai. Just do it like that. I have my apartment in Dubai, but try to expand and bounce around like that. But actual traveling, honestly, it's Will Anderson. I haven't thought about it in quite a while. Maybe because I'm just so content with how things are going. Maddie, are you looking for a hype long or short? I'm actually looking for a hype long, but we need to see price retrace a little bit. Otherwise, I'm not going to be entering. What if the world lost internet? Well, then we're screwed, right? Yeah, guys, Dubai is my main place where I live, in case you didn't know. I guess there's a couple of new people tuning into the live stream. And guys, remember, all my community trades are shared within my community with the first link in the description down below. But yeah, I live mainly in Dubai, and then I'll visit Canada every now and then. Bitcoin is pumping. Yes, I can see that. The long is looking good still. Osama says, I was away from crypto for a while. What's happening? And this is interesting because what we're going to see if the relief rally continues, which is my expectation, this choppy relief rally, is more and more people that have tuned out of crypto will start tuning in again. Maybe we go up to 70s, and you can imagine how many more people will jump back into crypto only to get dunked on again. Unfortunately, I think that this is what happens because a lot of people, as soon as the price dumps, they stop paying attention to crypto. I'm not saying that's you, Osama, but I'm just giving a general example. And then we end up dumping. And then it's like, well, screw this, I'm leaving crypto. This 4 hour is looking bullish. Yeah, it looks pretty solid until it closes. Let's see. Can you look at Bank USD, please? Is this a shitcoin, guys? I don't like looking at shitcoins on the stream. At 70K, some people will get FOMO. Absolutely. Absolutely. Either way, pump or dump, we are going to be trading Bitcoin in my community. Legends, that's where I provide all of my own personal trades and extra analysis. Sometimes, or a lot of the times, the trades that I take aren't taken on stream, like the big swing trades, because the market isn't doing what we want it to do on the stream. So if you want to see how I've been trading the market, guys, remember, first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you'll be able to join my private group. It's where you trade with your own capital. You're trading with your own money. You're not paying me to join the group. That's not how it works. So Bitcoin, this is what I was saying, Legends. Someone asked me at the beginning of the stream, should we short Bitcoin at the value area high? From a swing shorting perspective, the answer was no, because the more and more that you tap into these levels, the less they tend to act as resistance, the more likely it is to break through. Same thing if we're tapping into supports. The more and more you tap into a support level, the more likely it is that we end up dumping. But my expectation here was that we would surpass the value area high here. And that's what we're doing right now as we speak. Osama says, thank you. I am still waiting for September, October for long setups. Yeah, that's valid too. If you want to wait it out, that's totally valid. I like trading both directions. 58K was a great zone to go long because now with this price action, you can just chillax, appreciate the longs. I took more profits at 65K. And yeah. Hey, Matt, just checking in. Got a lot going on today, but trying to catch as much as the live as possible. Thanks as always for the alpha. My man, Rhino Bull, thank you for tuning in. Hope your day goes well. Matt's here. Please answer my previous question. You are ghosting me today. I have a long with stop loss at break even at $64,500 and TP at 67K. Opinion. If it's a scalp, first TP would probably be, I mean, we're about to hit it, in my opinion. First TP would be here for me if I was in that trade, 65, where you take a little bit of profits, and then your stop is at break even. And after that, yeah, let the trade ride. I think 67K is not an unreasonable target. I'm not confident that we just explode. I think that, again, like we've discussed, these bear markets have a way of just chopping out both sides before continuation higher, which is still my general expectation for Bitcoin. Can you please tell me the best swing strategy that works best for beginners? It's just a strategy. It's not, there's not a swing trading strategy that is better or worse for beginners. I guess the main thing that I could say if I had to think of something would be swinging from a pivot low, a significant pivot low. So for example, like I feel like the 58K long that I took was a good example because the 2024 value area low was always going to be a zone that provides at least some support. So the moment that we swept the level was a pretty good long entry. So sweeping a significant level on the higher time frames, like the highest of time frames. The riser, no volume on the market. I feel we are about to see one of the biggest crashes ever. Guys, if we see one of the biggest crashes ever, the community and I will be printing on the way down. I have to say that because I'm in some significant shorts still, even though I still think we can climb up. So, like, I don't think the relief rally is over yet. Trula 40, Matt or operator, bro. Why is my other account timed out, man? I'm not sure. Did you spam? I don't know. I wasn't watching Trula. "28 World says, I think we go higher because of volume. I largely agree. A lot of these counter trend relief rallies in bear markets get upside with very little volume, and people are saying, God, there's no volume. What's happening? What's happening? And there still is no volume. And then we just keep on climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing. And then the volume comes when it's time to dump. Matt, what are your thoughts on prop firm trading? Would you recommend? I've not done it, but I know some people like it. And I think actually if you're trading with me on Kraken, there's an option within there to do that. But yeah, Rick Ty, my man, if you're gonna ban a couple people or time them out. I mean, use your own judgment, but you don't have to time them out that long if they swear, for example. It's okay. Getting to 65.5K and then 67.2K seems pretty easy. After 69 up to 72K is a gift for a big short. I tend to agree. Clarity Act will not go back to the Senate until 2030. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, guys. Right now, the odds of the Clarity Act passing are pretty damn low. Good morning, Andy Beauclair. Good morning, legends. Someone said, I opened a bad short on ETH with average 1840, liquidation at 2050. Should I keep it in your opinion? Bro, you can't ask me questions like this, guys. I cannot give you financial advice. I hate when people say that this is a certain liquidation level. Don't wait to get liquidated before you're invalidated, guys, right? Does not make sense. Mods, has Matt taken any trades today? No, I can answer that. I have not taken any trades today so far. Can you give me your thoughts on Bank USD, please, brother? You've asked several times, my man. Let's... Wow. That's a nice pump. But again, I'm going to be very disappointed if you're asking about a token that is under a $1 billion market cap. If it is, man, I'm telling you, I'll be pretty pissed. Guys, we don't look at this nonsense. I know it's a big pump, but you know my criteria for shorting these kinds of coins. We need to be at the bare minimum over $1 billion. Otherwise, it's too manipulated. This thing can just skyrocket and can continue to do that. 200 mil market cap is nothing. So I'm not going to really dive too much deeper into this, guys. It's not worth it. I have criterias for these kinds of tokens, and that was also shared in my community, along with all the trades that you're seeing. Still in my 4 major positions, I'm going to likely take on a new trade this week if we do get the pullback I'm looking for, particularly on Hype, Macron, not Intel, maybe Oracle. All of these are tradable on Bluffin. I'll also take a look at gold. Remember to join, if you haven't already, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you'll get access to my group. It's where I share all of my trades and my overall market analysis. To be perfectly transparent with you, you're not paying me to trade. The way that it works is you're trading with your own money, and you can join using any of these links down below. Now let's see if we break that 65K zone. Someone said Oracle is looking good. Thanks for it. I mean, I did not enter a trade on this yet, but if we're going to bounce, this could be a pretty interesting zone, in my opinion. Brother, why don't you do Forex trading? My man, when you make money trading crypto, why would you trade Forex? Right? Just not a fan of it. Don't need to trade Forex if my edge is in crypto. What's the point? Sorry, Legends. I hope I'm not sounding too cranky today. We did not get much sleep last night. Hope you guys are enjoying the live stream thus far. Rick Ty, you are doing great. Thank you, my man. Cali Compiler says, needs a minimum of 1 billion market cap, good wallet distribution for minimal manipulation. Exactly. Exactly. Victorla just tuned in, Matt. As a beginner, I was wondering how you choose the range for the volume profile analysis. Absolutely. So the way that it works when you do volume profile, so you can see here I have it drawn out on my chart. And basically, the way that I selected this is as Bitcoin starts entering a new range. So you can do it based on range entry and also the time that we're in. For example, the beginning of a month, the end of a month. So right here, when I do volume profile, fixed range volume profile, what I typically look at is, you can see here we're entering a new range below the 2021 all-time high. And this is basically where I started my range. And you can see that price does react to these levels. So I look for this. We've been in basically the same range since the beginning of June. It's up to you where you start the range, but in general, it could be, it's basically at the start of a new environment, like new ranging environment, or the start of a time period. Same thing with the anchored VWAP. Anchored VWAP, I do like taking it from the lows, the actual lows, because it's been pretty reliable. Every time we've gone towards these levels on the higher time frame, so far at least, you can see we've been getting those reactions. That's a crazy 4-hour candle. If we close like that. I think the mic is stuck in your throat. I don't think it's the mic that's stuck in my throat. I think I have something in my throat. 28 World, how do you trade gold? Largely the same strategy. Guys, you could trade the market the same way across multiple different assets, right? But for gold, the next level that I am personally looking at is 3,886. Brother, did you know that Andrew Tate got arrested yesterday? I don't pay attention to that, guys. In volume profile, what's the difference between the two colors in every bar? So basically, the only bars that you want to pay attention to is the middle one, point of control, the top one, value area high, and the bottom one, value area low. When price taps into the value area low, what usually happens is you trend towards the value area high. When price taps into the value area high, we tend to trend towards the value area low if we get that rejection and not continuation to the upside. That's usually how it works. The bigger the range, the more significant these levels. I think a better example of this, Legends, and we talk about it in my community all the time, a better example of this is Bitcoin. You can see that in our last range here, we dropped towards the value area low, and we popped right back up to the value area high. That's why in this range, I was saying if Bitcoin hits around the 60K zone, I would consider going long on a retest of the value area low. But we did not get there. So we tend to respect these levels very well. I mean, what do you use to trade gold? Costa, pause. Yeah, I knew what I was saying when I said that. I use Bluffin to trade gold, guys. I could trade gold, stocks, like precious metals, stocks, crypto. Everything is available on Bluffin. If you'd like to trade there, it's where I mainly trade this market. Remember, you have the second link in my description down below where you can get 25% off your trading fees and a $500 exclusive bonus. So I do most of those trades on Bluffin. Are you going to watch the new Spider-Man movie? I'm not sure. Maybe. Thanks, Matt. You answer everyone's questions. You're awesome. My pleasure, man. I need to find a way to manage this as the channel grows. I'm very, very grateful for you all. We've hit 20,000 subscribers. And I don't know. Like right now we have 300 people watching. It's going to be very difficult if we start to have thousands of people watching all at once to get back to everyone. So we'll have to find a solution because I highly doubt I'll be able to, you know, always answer you guys. We're going to do it by priority. Like if you're in my community, first link in the description down below, and you tune into the live streams, I want to add an icon so I know that you're in the community, and therefore I address your questions first. You guys will always be the priority within my community. It's where I share all of my own personal trades, and I want to give community members more perks. You need a moderator. Guys, I do have moderators. It's just, I don't want my moderators to have to answer people's questions on my behalf. I feel like that would have to be like a super moderator that actually knows how I think. I feel like the best moderator would be probably like a long-term student. Let's go. Congrats on 20K. Thank you very much. Hi, Matsir. Greetings from Scotland. Been subbed to the channel for a few months now. Invaluable insights. Keep up the great work. My man, thank you very much. Actually, someone asked me where I'd like to visit. I would like to visit Scotland. I've seen some great farm places with beautiful nature where I could hopefully live stream from there. I would visit Scotland. That would be pretty sick. What platform are you on? Bluffin doesn't give value area high and value area low. Guys, I do my charting on TradingView and then I go over and take the trade on Bluffin. Most of the time. I enjoy your channel. Thanks for what you do. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Who taught you how to trade? Mainly myself through trial and error, guys. It was a long journey. I did not take a hype trade. Some of you are asking about that. When I decide to take my hype trade, it will undoubtedly be shared within my community. But right now, it didn't. I would have liked to see a retest of the low 60s to below 60, but we didn't get there. So no tap, no trade for me, as always. Are you a part of the Andy and Devolt crew? I'm very close friends with Andy and Devolt. We are building Mind Pillar together. How many years have you been trading? Just under a decade. I've been in crypto for just under a decade. Actively trading, less than that. I would say maybe 7. Do you play 7 or 11-a-side football? What position do you play? I typically do both. And I am a center mid. Could we get some bearish CVD divergence? Because we now have some longs jumping in. And we also have... You want to see us make new highs because... So guys, the thing with CVD, if you're new to this, basically you want to ensure that price makes a new high and CVD does not, or if it does, price makes a new high. Here, what you can see is that CVD has made on the 15-minute time frame new highs, so higher high, which means longs are jumping into the market, and price has failed to break above this high, which tends to create bearish CVD divergence. Now, it doesn't have to play out every time, but so far 75% of them have resolved. Or sorry, yeah, 75%. So this is interesting. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with CVD, first and foremost, this tool is completely free right now. We're building it out for you. But this month, perhaps into August, I'm going to launch a little bit of a gate where you need to be trading with me if you want to get access to this for lower time frame trading. It's not that big of an ask. As long as you're trading with me down below, you'll always get access to these tools that we're building out. But if you don't know about CVD, take a screenshot right now. This should be helpful for you. This is basically how it works. So you don't want, like, for bullish CVD, price makes a higher low and the CVD makes a lower low, which means that a bunch of shorts start jumping in as the price action is making a higher low, and then that creates bullish CVD divergence. The opposite is what we're potentially seeing here. Price is right now making a lower high, and CVD is making a higher high. So longs have gotten aggressive here on this move up. It doesn't play out 100% of the time, but it is pretty damn accurate. And this is a very, very good tool for lower time frame trading. Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt. Hope you're well. Semi, what if the 4-year cycle stays a self-fulfilling prophecy where retail knows the 1 year down, 3 years up cycle? I mean, I don't think the 4-year cycle, I don't think the 4-year cycle will play out forever. If it does, I don't think we should complain because it's like printing free money basically. But If it does, great. If it doesn't, which I would expect in the next few cycles, as Bitcoin gets more adoption and more people use it, perhaps it doesn't play out like that. But for now, it does. And so we have the charts in front of us, and that's how we trade the market. Zia talks, I want to be in your community, but I use Binance and I have a significant balance there. Look, I understand, but if it makes you feel any better, we've had a lot of members that have left other platforms, a couple of traders with millions of dollars that have joined on, say, something more like a Kraken because they didn't want to join on Bluffin, which is fine. I like Bluffin as my go-to exchange. I don't know what to say. I would recommend that you join maybe on this one if you're more comfortable with that. We have other options too down below. And I'd love to have you in the community, but unfortunately we do not offer Binance as an option. Matt, big liquidity is sitting at 65.7. I will short if after hitting that price. Sweet. I don't know. I personally think that the relief rally can continue. That's been my basis. I've talked about it in my group. Grigor, you're correct in saying that you only need $500 to join. But I will say, those of you that join with the minimum amount of capital and then you're trading elsewhere, I remove you from the group. So it is true, Grigor, but also, oh, nice. 65K. So now the bearish CVD divergence is invalidated because we created a new high. Woo! What a pump. What a pump. What a pump. What a pump. Now this is looking like a crazy 4-hour candle. We're getting so much buying pressure. Lovely. I know a lot of influencers that are very bearish, and I am not. I have been bullish. We're up $7,000 from the Bitcoin long entry that we took within the community. Oh, I guess, 1 second. Purchase media, you might be right. You might be right. No, it's invalidated. Because I'm comparing to this high. The one at 65, like, yeah, just over 65, which we broke above. That's the one I was measuring. If we go on a 4-hour, maybe it'll be a bit different. Yeah, there could still be some bearish CVD on the 4-hour. But, yeah. On the 15-minute, it has been invalidated. Can Bitcoin pump to 67K and then go to 60K? Because according to my analysis, it is more likely to happen. It is possible. What did we discuss, Legends, at the beginning of the stream? Someone mentioned shorting at the value area high, but Legends, the more and more that you tap into a level like this, the more likely it is to break, and we just broke it. The longs are printing. Let's go. Vamos. Can you speak a little bit about your overall edge and how you found it and the strategy that you developed, if it's yours or take on a few different strategies combined? So the main thing is I look for the most amount of confluence on the charts, but my edge, I have to say, would be seriously a contrarian trader. So I would say 8 times out of 10, if you guys watch other crypto influencers, when they are bearish, I am bullish. When they are bullish, I am bearish. I use them almost as inverse signals. That is one of my edges. It doesn't mean that I just enter it doesn't mean that I go short because someone is long, but what it does mean is I start to look for shorting opportunities, because I just think that a lot of other influencers, what they do is they lead people to the slaughterhouse. So that's basically what I look at from a contrarian standpoint. And then I look for the most amount of confluence on the charts. I think my other edge is most other traders in this market seem to be scalpers, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'll remind you guys, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm very, very patient. I'm still in my long. The price has pumped over $7,000 since our Bitcoin long entry that we took within the community. Yes, I haven't taken a bunch more trades, but I'm happy to be patient in this manner. Costa says 7.5K profit on Bitcoin long. Legend. Absolute legend. We got 15 minutes until the 4-hour candle close. It looks pretty promising, guys. That is a crazy 4-hour candle. It looks like we want to keep pushing. And this is what we discussed. Value area high. Continuously getting tapped into. This to me screams like it wanted to push up. So we hold the long that we took within the community. I still look for my higher time frame shorts to add, but for now, I'm not touching anything. I am not touching anything. Very, very nice. Now let's sweep this high. Within the community, we also talked about entering a short here on a sweep of this level, which we did not manage to sweep. And now, could this be another lower high? I am leaning on no. I'm leaning on no. Four-hour closes above the value area high. Very, very nice, guys. Someone says, can we expect 72K from your point of view? Look, in the community, we've taken 3 TPs so far on my Bitcoin long. My next big TP on my Bitcoin long is $69,000. Otherwise, I probably don't touch the trade. But I pay myself, guys. This trade is up around $50,000, and I will continue to actively manage it within the community. Looking for new trade setups. I'm pretty sure I'm going to take a new trade this week. Probably a couple at that. Particularly if we get a couple pullbacks here. More temporarily, I've been bullish since the 58K lows. And Legends, if you want to join the community, please remember, you just have to DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. The way that it works is I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis, and you join with any of these links down below, and you're trading with your own money. You're not paying me to join my group. This isn't Donald Trump's Truth Social 100K per month membership. It's a completely open group for you to trade with your own capital. So if you're trading the market and you want to see my approach, you know where to find me. First link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. So you click this link up above, and this is where I've been taking all of these trades that you're seeing on screen. We're getting more members joining the live stream now. We're getting a nice pump on hype. Annoyed a little bit here. I wanted to get a bit of a drop before entering along on this one, but it is what it is. Tau isn't really getting that much of a move, which is kind of strange considering other cryptocurrencies are, but just highlighting its weakness, which is why we went short on Tau. This is looking like a pretty great 4-hour candle if we close like this. My highest target for the extent of this relief rally on Bitcoin is going to be somewhere within the zone at the 200-day moving average, which is like just below $73,000. I actually think there's a chance that we can get there, but I'm not holding my breath, guys. I take profits along the way. So this big short that I'm in on Bitcoin, I will add to this position if we make it to that zone. Hype is getting a very nice move now. Eight minutes until the 4-hour candle close. Sayamori, good day, guys. Hope you're well. What is my next swing short? If we can make it above 70, that starts to look good. But I will probably just add to my existing short. Beautiful 4-hour candle. I mean, what else can you ask for? Wow, I'm annoyed with hype though. Shit, man. We're in the Bitcoin long. Hi, Matt. How are you? I'm in Vancouver at the moment. Such an expensive city. Yeah, Vancouver's pretty expensive. But it's beautiful. Wow. Push up, Bitcoin. Push up. John Hunter, 89. How's everyone doing today? We are doing great. Oh, we swept it, legends. We swept it. Actually, this could be... One sec. We swept it. We swept it. This could be a good scalping zone. It could be. But if this just keeps on pushing, then no trade. Yeah, it's just pushing. How are the longs looking? Crazy. That is an insane 4-hour candle about to close. So the way that this works, legends, is... The way that this works is... It will likely suck in a bunch of longs in the market. I'm actually... Yeah. So what you want to see from a scalping perspective, Legends, is acceptance below the level. I think maybe we take one. Do we take one? I don't know. Because we swept the high. But this 4-hour candle to me screams continuation. That's the thing. So even if in the immediate short term we get a little bit of a doop, I think it pops up. It's a very, like, we're not holding below the level, guys. Therefore, I'm sorry, I'm not taking it. I've made the decision. Like, it looks like we want to squeeze higher. Yeah. Because what you want to see is a sweep and then an immediate drop. This is not what I'm seeing here. This, to me, just looks like continuation, Legends. So you need to be careful. The Bitcoin long that we took is looking absolutely beautiful. This is the one that we've held within the community. Let's see. It is a potential rejection zone, but seeing how the higher time frame looks here, it does, Kali compiler, it does look iffy, but it could be fun for a little scalp short. Little scalperoo. How much time we got to the 4-hour closes? Okay, wiki. I think this is going higher as well. Not going to take the risk. Already closed my long position. Congratulations, man. Yeah, Legends, this trade, my Bitcoin long that we're up over 100K now, and we've been taking profits along the way. And all the trades that you're seeing here on screen are shared within my premium group. It's where I trade the market. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join that group. And the way it works is you trade with your own money. You do not pay me to join my group. You're trading with your own money. If you're already trading on Kraken, you don't have to create a new account. We can transfer you under my referral. Just DM me on Telegram using the first link in the description down below. And we also have Bluffin, which is my go-to trading platform. It's where I take most of my trades. Legends, there can be pullbacks, but this is like one of the strongest possible 4-hour candles you can get. Look at that. Look at that. This is I'm sorry, I would not short this. Now I'm just waiting for expansion. This looks very, very strong for Bitcoin. ETH is at 1900. And if we consolidate here, alts might have their time to shine a little bit. Would you long this? Alejandro, my man, I know you're in the community. Come on. Come on, man. CVD, you guys want me to check CVD? So you could still form some bearish CVD divergence on the 4-hour. On the 1-hour, pretty clean price action. We broke above, so nothing. 15 minutes. Broke above. 5-minute. Broke above. We got some shorts jumping in on the 5-minute. So this is healthy. This is pretty healthy, I have to say. Alejandro, you said, come on, you said you wouldn't short this, so does that mean you would long it? Guys, there is such a thing as not taking a trade. I know it can be, and Alejandro, you've spoken about it before, not being in a position, and so you're concerned, and I know you want some exposure, but don't rush it, man. Don't rush it. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Can we squeeze up? Was the 4-hour candle very nice for Bitcoin? Yes, yes, and yes. But this is still potential resistance, right? Because if we zoom out, Legends, this Bitcoin long that I entered, that I am maintaining and I'm continuing to take profits on the way up, was shared within the community. There will be a new trade. I've been holding my trades for quite some time, but at the end of the day, I am a swing trader. A little bit annoyed about hype because I was eyeing this one for today and now it's just taking off. It's okay. The market gives us unlimited opportunities. So what's going to happen? This is my prediction. This is my prediction. My crystal ball tells me that the higher that Bitcoin goes here, the more people will ask questions like Alejandro asked. But actually, it's good that, Alejandro, you asked the question, because a lot of people wouldn't ask the question and they would just jump into longs. And what's going to happen is they'll be in profits. Maybe we squeeze up, and then boom. This is my trajectory. Genuinely think this is something that could happen. This isn't a chart that you can take to the bank, but rather it's just a general framework for how I think the market can play out. This is the reason why we longed Bitcoin in the community. Because we were expecting another bear market relief rally. I have a BTCC account I made months ago before I found your channel. Can I switch the UID to yours to be in your group that way? Absolutely, you can. So if you are actively trading on either BTCC or Kraken and you don't want to change and create a new account just to join my group, well, we can transfer you under my referral. So you can sort that out. Just DM me on Telegram and we'll get you helped out with that. It does require a little bit of manual work. Some of my team members will take care of it. But yes, you absolutely can. Otherwise, I would recommend you guys join me on Bluffin'. It's where I trade mostly. And I also have weeks as an option. I know some of you like weeks. Matsir, could you please explain the CVD divergence again? Sure. So basically, on the 15-minute time frame, we were analyzing for potential bearish CVD divergence right around here. Price was here and we were stalling out and we had aggressive longs jumping in. The longs, when the longs make a new high, compared to this pivot, the previous high, and price cannot make a new high, that is bearish CVD divergence. But it's completely invalidated if price makes a new high. And the way that it works is you target the lows if the bearish CVD divergence is confirmed. So basically take a screenshot of this and it should be very helpful. Someone said, why don't we long the top? We shorted the bottom. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I most definitely did not short the bottom. I longed the bottom. That's what we do in the community. I should do a new poll, right, guys? Did the target get hit? 65.5 has been hit. The majority were correct. End poll. What's the next poll, guys? Here we go. Is this legend still shorting? We have so many haters on the channel. It's hilarious. Of course, this legend is still shorting, guys. It's such a silly thing to say because I'm going to add to my short as we head higher. And actually, my man, we longed almost the peak of bottom. So there's nothing you can really say. All of this was shared publicly in my group as well. So yes, this legend is still shorting. And yes, this legend is still longing. We're currently at 65.5. So you got to make it even, guys. It has to be an even gap. You know what? Let's keep it simple. How are you feeling is going to be the thing. How are you feeling? Still schlong. Exactly. I am still schlong. Let's do that one. How am I feeling? Legends, I'm feeling great. How are you feeling? Yes. How was the weekend, dude? I bet you've rocked. Legends, my weekend was absolutely incredible. I went back to go visit my mom on her birthday. Then I watched that ridiculous France-England game. Then I watched the World Cup final with a group of like 15 friends. I played tennis throughout the day. And then at night, last night, which is why I started the live stream a little bit later today, I played football at like 10 p.m. and did not get much sleep. but we'll be well rested for tomorrow's live stream. Man, are you afraid of liquidation? Remember the 10th of October last year? Legends. I have my stop losses at break even, so no, I am not afraid of liquidation. Y'all profitable, help a brother out. How was your mom's birthday, though? It was great, man. It was great. Stayed moving. I'm always staying moving. In fact, in a few hours, I'll probably rip some tennis again after I go to the gym. We're looking for a new trade within the community. If you guys want to join on the live stream here, we did temporarily stall out, but this is a very nice 4-hour candle. We cannot ignore that. It is a lovely 4-hour candle, which would suggest continuation in my books, which is why I'm going to maintain my existing Bitcoin long. Do you speak Portuguese with your mom? No, I speak French with my mom, even though she can speak Portuguese. After watching your stream, I'm able to make 3x with $100 accounts. Appreciate you, legend. My man, just make sure you're following proper risk management, but I love to hear it. And this is also one of the reasons why I do the streams, guys. I know some of you would prefer to not join the community. I think it's silly because you're trading with your own money and you're not paying me to do so. It's not like one of those $100 a month paid group. I haven't done that. Have I considered it? Yes. But I haven't done it. It's literally a group where I share my own trades. And as long as you're trading on the exchanges below, you're good to go. But I know that a lot of you are just getting value out of the live streams and you're making money watching the live streams, which is awesome. Please remember though, I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. Remember, at the end of the day, you're the one that clicks the button. You have control of your own money in this market. And I have the full disclaimer in the description down below if you'd like to read that. But the way that I can educate you is just teaching you what I'm looking at and how I trade this market, how I'm patient. Sometimes I don't take on too many trades. Sometimes I take on more trades when the market conditions are primed for it. But yeah, someone said they made $8,000 today, 28 world. What a legend. Glad to have you on the stream, my man. You have the best videos and the weakest streams. Oof, that's harsh. Would you consider after retrace to value area high at around 65K to 69K potentially? That is a possibility. Cali Compiler, I will be training my 14-year-old son today at the gym, trying to keep him out of bodybuilding and focused on health. After a lifetime of bodybuilding, it's taken a toll on my body. Health first. I agree. I used to do more traditional weightlifting, bodybuilding kind of thing. However, I do think it's important to have muscle, of course, because it helps with longevity. And the older you get, the more difficult it is to maintain your muscle. But I want to be, an all-rounder where you're fluid in your motions, you're mobile, you can run, you can sprint, you can lift weights, you can just dominate across the board. That's my priority in terms of fitness, health and fitness. So while I do lift weights quite often, usually between 3 and 5 times a week, I do also play sports and I just started at least trying to do a lot of stretching and stuff like that. This is the only crypto channel that I take seriously. I use other channels to fade their analysis. Solid, man. 28 world, my man. Very nice price action on this Monday. Lovely, lovely stuff. Did you take a trade on the 10th of October? My bias was right. Couldn't execute due to an exam. No, I don't think I took a trade. I was already in a short trade, and then naturally it played in my favor. Matt, since you're waiting for Bitcoin to hit 70K to short the relief rally, if it breaks above 70K, at what price would you abandon your bearish view and start going long instead? Well, number one, I'm in a long. So if Bitcoin pumps, I don't want to be that guy that says I'm right either way, because look, if this analysis doesn't play out, then so be it. I've made a lot of money shorting Bitcoin and I've made a lot of money longing Bitcoin. But I will probably just try to compound the long on weekly candle closes above the 200-day moving average and see how that plays out. That's what I would probably look at. But I do think we will experience a rejection. It's still my base case. All right, we're doing a like check. We've been at it for over 3 hours. 260 likes. Very nice. Oh, am I not on camera? Okay, no, that's fine. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Let's see if we can push this to 300 likes. I know you legends can. Getting haters and trolls in the chat just means you're growing. Yeah, I agree. We've been getting a little bit more of that lately. And we just hit the 20,000 subscriber mark. Very, very happy with that. Next trade will be shared in the community, my friends. This isn't a scalping zone for me. You will 5x your subscribers when the bull market returns. I know it. I hope so, guys. I hope so. But let's see. Maybe it makes sense to keep the channel small. We might reject here, but if we do reject, I think it's a temporary rejection. That's mainly why I don't want to enter the trade, because we've hit the value area high multiple times. We've broken above it. We did sweep this liquidity zone. If we get another, I'll tell you guys what, if we get another push up and acceptance below again, this might be a decent scalp. But again, on the higher time frames, bias is still up based on this. Higher low, higher lows, and now a higher high. You're in a long position or a short position, bro? I'm in both, bro. 1 minute chart is showing higher lows. Please don't trade based on the 1 minute chart. Hey Matt, is your circle, when you're not talking, you can also raise the music volume. That's a good idea, Taluk. I will do that. Hey Matt, is your circle of friends also into trading? Yes and no. So my circle of friends in Dubai are into trading. My circle of friends in Canada, much less so. We do the reggae. All right. So lower time frame, we swept the highs, which is good. But based on this 4-hour candle, my bias is still up. But it is a potential rejection point. Did I do something wrong? Why do you keep ignoring my questions? 1 second chart is crashing. I don't see a question, my man. Did you ever get liquidated before? Of course I have. Everyone has. Anyone that's been trading for 10 years has been liquidated before. Yeah, I'm going to wait. If we get a little pullback on hype, I'm probably going to post something in my community and take a trade. I'm just keeping it real with you guys. I think that maybe this can squeeze up, but I wouldn't enter here. I need to see a drop, and then it needs to show proof of support. Okay, Intel is now looking a little bit interesting. Hype getting into its point of control. How should we get over missing trading opportunities? You get over missing trading opportunities mainly through experience in the market and knowing that there are literally unlimited opportunities. That's the thing. The market gives you unlimited opportunities, especially because I know that a lot of you are scalpers. From a scalping perspective, there are unlimited opportunities. From swing trading, sometimes you miss them and it sucks because you have to wait sometimes days, weeks to get a new really good entry. But for the most part, it's just having an understanding that there are just an abundance of opportunities at all times and the market never sleeps. Matt, is it possible to be a trillionaire from day trading? I highly doubt it. True. One thing I learned in your community is to wait if you miss one. It's so much better than revenge trading. Exactly. Exactly. It makes me so happy when I read these comments because, of course, we get a lot of comments that are like, man, I turned my 10,000 portfolio into $50,000 portfolio just through being in your community. And that's awesome. But when I read comments like this, like you've taught me patience and things like that, that's arguably even more satisfying. Look, the 4-hour candle for Bitcoin was a strong one, guys, a very strong one. And to me, it suggests that we can squeeze higher, right? Elio teardrop, you get over it by remembering what you felt getting knocked out. That as well. And if you find it hard, like let's say you take a big loss in a trade. What I've done personally that has been very helpful is either journaling or you on your phone app, you can record voice notes the moment of. So you really get to capture the emotion of how you felt. And then you can go back and replay it. That has helped me a lot. It's a little bit of an underrated thing, but when you can hear the pain in your voice from making a stupid decision trading or something along those lines, because that's what I did when I first got into trading. I made tons of silly mistakes. It's very, very helpful because it's one thing to remember like, hey, I lost that trade, or I risked way too much, or that was a terrible execution. But it's another thing to hear yourself speak about it the moment it happens. But it does require discipline because you have to pick up your phone and start chatting, recording a voice memo. Very, very helpful in my opinion. Girl has it all. Hello, Jessica's in the house. I smashed that like button as always. Thank you very much, Jessica. Blissful Riot My man, if you're asking for money, we don't do that here. What helped me most was remembering why I always lost in ping pong. Not because my opponent was so good, but because I made so many mistakes. Same in trading. Keep losses small, make winners big. Exactly. And that's actually, you know, someone mentioned the whole win rate thing. There are some people that I know that literally have a 30% win rate. Yes, you heard that right. A 30% win rate. Granted, in our community, the win rate is much, much higher than that. I think over the past few months, we're sitting at like 65 to 75, somewhere along those lines. But it doesn't mean that you can't make money with a low win rate. Because the thing is, if your wins greatly exceed your losses, you can still be a profitable trader. You can just take many small losses and then a couple of big wins. So there's a lot of ways you can do it. Did Saylor sell? So the reference in this title and thumbnail for this YouTube video, this YouTube live stream, is basically Saylor sold some MicroStrategy stock. So he got some more USD, about $250 million in, about $250 million. I was going to say in stables. No, $250 million. And they did not sell any Bitcoin, but they sold some MicroStrategy. Gemagov, gotta let the winners run. Exactly. Exactly. And I think I'm the perfect example of letting the winners run. I've been holding this Bitcoin short and adding to it and compounding for months now. Months. It is my biggest trade for a reason, guys. It is my most profitable trade for a reason. That one was shared in the community as well. All of you guys will know this already. Trump with another ceasefire, number 15, and in 2 days we will all crash hard again. Let's see. Did Trump say something? Wow. Damn. Elio teardrop. Give me 100K to see this tweet. Hello, how can I get in your group? Legends, if you want to join my group where I share all of my own trades and my overall market analysis, how I've been operating as a swing trader, maintaining my positions, you have the first link in the description down below. So if you go down here and you click this link, DM me the keyword BTC, You will be prompted to basically join me on any of these exchanges down below. If you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, we can transfer you under my referral. Otherwise, it is required to be trading on these platforms, but you're not paying me. You're trading with your own capital. That's the way this group works. It is not like a paid community. But first link in the description down below if you'd like to join and see how I've been trading this market. I have not taken on a new trade in a little bit of time. And I've been maintaining my positions, but I am looking for some more exposure likely this week. Is shorting Zcash a good idea when Bitcoin completed its summer rally? Quite sure it's going to round trip all its gains since the breakout from $50. I would say, like, yeah, if Bitcoin concludes its relief rally, then it's probably a good opportunity. Most of the time, what he says is literally just noise. I completely agree. But when you're a scalper, unfortunately, noise can shake you out of positions. When you're a swing trader, it's less likely. I think this thing pops to the upside. Exactly. I am not a financial advisor, but you know, guys, as soon as I take a trade, I share it with you in the community. I think we push up here. The 4-hour candle was just too strong. Grigor says, Zcash has been holding up quite well, to be honest, considering we are... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Are we dumping now? Yeah, it has been holding up quite well in the bear market. Absolutely. I checked my win rate on Bluffin, and I am at a 63% win rate. This is huge due to your trading tips, my man. Legends, we're on the 5-minute chart here, but please zoom out. We broke above the value area high, and even if the 4-hour candle closes, let's say down here, it still looks pretty good in my opinion, of course. Someone said, I'm at a 79.73% win rate. Culverize Crypto, exactly. Elio Teardrop answered you in account analysis. What's the green and red indicator that can be used for stocks? Oh, the bull market support band. Yeah, it can be used for stocks. It's just made up of moving averages, right? 5-minute chart. This is junky territory. I would tend to agree. What I'm getting at, Legends, with the whole swing trading versus scalping, I don't know anyone that has... Okay, put it this way. All of the people that I know that are trading with under $10,000 swear by scalp trading. All of the people that I know that are successful traders trading with over $1 million, $10 million even, are swing traders. That has to tell you something. Bro, when did you start trading and when did you see success? I've been in crypto since effectively, it's almost a decade, right? That's crazy how fast time flies. Oh my gosh. But really trading, I want to say around 6-7 years actively. Like leverage trading, we're saying, not just spot holding. Swing trading is stress-free, exactly. I understand it is easier if you have more capital. And I've received criticism for that because people want more trades in my group. But to be perfectly honest, the community is just to share my own personal trades. And that's the reason why I make it in a way where you're trading with your own money. You're not paying me to trade. You're not paying me to join my group, because it also removes a layer of responsibility from my side, because I know that I'm just sharing what I am personally doing in this market, and you're not paying for a service. And therefore, I feel more comfortable sharing my trades and stuff. I was still very stressed when I started it, but I've gotten better at that. Hey Matt, I got into a short on the sweep of 65.6. If you're in a position like that, what would your TPs be, and when would you move your stop loss to break even? Honestly, man, the short for 65.6 was around here this first time around. Because we keep on bumping into the value area high of this range, I think that this pushes up. So I like, if you're scalping, it's fine, but it's like a scalp of like a few $100s. Because this price action tells me that we can push higher. Just my 2 cents. Better say your first million trading or the job. Not sure if I quite got that, Grigor. But no, my first million was made trading, not from a job. But I did have a lot of capital to start trading because of my job and the side business. Keeping it real, guys. I'm not going to say that I started with $1 and I turned it into millions. That is not my story. Thank you for your thoughts. My pleasure. I definitely did not have $1 million saved before trading. So right now we're just bumping into resistance. Trula is asking, where am I looking for shorts? So right now, as you know, legends, I am in a bunch of shorts already. Where I would look to maybe add to my shorts, I am probably not going to touch any... Okay, I'm probably not going to enter a massive swing trade again unless we can break above the 2021 all-time high at $69,000. If we break above there, this zone starts to get very, very interesting for me to add to my shorts. Scalping is different. The first level that we highlighted that would be a good scalp short was actually a sweep of this level. Now, we didn't manage to get it And then on the way up, this looks like pretty constructive price action, which is why I'm still leaning that this can pop higher. But this pivot at $67,250 could be a good scalp shorting zone, which would be something along these lines where you break it, you come back down, it acts as resistance. And I don't think, we have to see how the price action looks and the liquidity, of course, but I still wouldn't think that this is like the top, but it's still a good short zone. And we'll try to take this within the community if we get it as well. Brandon says, I got into a scalp long at $64,200. TP1 was $65K. I just took a little more off the top now and moved my stop loss to profit. Time to go to the beach with the family. Enjoy, man. That sounds absolutely awesome. It's Monday, going to the beach with the family. What a great Monday, man. Lovely. Can Bitcoin come back to 62K? Can it? Yes, it can. Does it have to? No, it does not have to. Zia Talks, actually great question. I have been looking at that as well. It is possible. It is possible. Yeah, I might look to do something with SpaceX. Legends, if you want to be in my group before I take on any new trades, I would highly recommend you join with the first link in the description down below. I think that I have not added to my positions or taken on many new positions in this market as a swing trader recently because it's been chop city. And when you have a long from the lows, I mean, why would you? But I do think that this week is going to be a good one for some new trades in the group. The thing with SpaceX is that over the long term, I think it's still going to perform well. And it reminds me of what happened with Tesla, which basically, basically, we dumped early days. Maybe we go weekly. Let's do daily. Let's really zoom out and do daily. So you have, what happens is you have a little bit of a pump on the open, and then you drop down. You create a low below the starting price, and that was the low. And I think over the long term, this can actually be emulated in SpaceX, assuming we get people on Mars. And also, I'm someone, when it comes to stock trading, that I like to bet on the individuals. And anyone that's bet against Elon Musk in their lifetime has probably greatly regretted it. So that's my analysis. So let's see. You usually don't get any kind of explosive moves after. Like you probably hold the lows for quite some time. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-boo. But let's see if we can do something here. Like it did nothing for years, right? Gregor, thank you very much. Gregor, you're exactly what I'm looking for from a moderator perspective, man. If you guys are moderators as well and you can help me promote my community, that like even better, man. I really appreciate that, Gregor, and I'm glad that you've gotten enough value out of the group to be willing to promote it without me even asking. Awesome. I would say, guys, the main perk of the group as well is, I do these live streams, right? But most of the time, I want to say 7 out of 10 of my trades are taken at a period where I'm not live or I'm not posting a YouTube video. And I can only really update that in the community. Also, it's nice when I am not posting videos that I can just send you guys a quick voice message update or hey guys, I'm changing something with my positions without filming a whole YouTube video about it. So if you haven't already, I would recommend you join. I want to ride the rest of the bear market with you, and I want to ride the rest of the bull market on the way, or the start of the bull market on the way up as well. And it's going to be good if you guys decide whether or not the group is for you, right? For some people, it's not for you. I've had a couple people say, hey man, I'm more of a scalper. I don't really like swing trading, or you're not entering too many trades, so I don't want to be in your group. No stress, right? No stress. You can do what you'd like to do. Now, what I was trying to do here is with SpaceX. Oops. Where is it? Hello? How come I don't see it? What am I doing wrong here? Shannon says SpaceX is a good short long term. I mean, if you entered at $200, maybe, because we probably won't hit that price for quite some time. But I would not be shorting something that's down like this already. Right? Why would we do that? J Tinman, I'm glad it's a closed chat so I don't have to fish through it for info. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I did it. So 2 things. I noticed that in communities, a lot of people get scammed because sometimes there's probably a couple, I'm not going to call anyone out, I don't know, but maybe there's 1 or 2 viewers that are looking to take advantage of people. I can't control that, right? And so my group is basically my own updates and my own messages. I've seen groups where, unfortunately, even paid groups, where members were scamming each other. And it's like, how do you prevent that, right? Obviously, you kick the guy that scammed someone out, but it doesn't help the guy that was a victim, right? That plus, again, the responsibility is a little bit less because I'm just sharing my thoughts and how I operate in the market rather than me needing to provide a paid service. That being said, I'm just keeping it real. There is an idea I've been toying with. I'm thinking of trying to create a just really, really good long-term course on how I trade the crypto markets and stuff. And guys, some of these courses that I've seen, the high quality ones, are tens of thousands of dollars. So don't be surprised if I do launch something like that. Maybe I launch a free one and a paid one. For now, everything is free. And I think I want to just do free tutorials on YouTube. But I think that if you can capitalize on information while you also have a bunch of free information, it can be worthwhile, because I've had too many people now reach out to me saying, bro, you should charge for what you're providing. And I don't ever want to charge for the group, but maybe I have like some really solid course that I spend hours and hours and hours going through every little tidbit of my trading strategies and stuff. But anyways, I think that that's going to be a ways away for now. Just enjoy the free stuff, legends. I think it goes under 100. Wow. Matt avoids risky comments. What do you mean? Training course would be awesome. I feel like SpaceX might get a major pump on the 24th of July. Cave says your TA is pretty accurate, to be honest. If you take, even if you don't take trades, take trades. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Trading group. Grigor, can't agree with you more. The knowledge Matt gives us for free is definitely something others charge an arm and a leg for. Well, I'm glad that what you guys are getting for free is helpful, man. Awesome. Awesome. Hi, Matt. Hello. Mariana. Hello, Mariana Cracks. Have you looked at DEX? Yes, I have looked at DEX, but it's already started dumping from like $50, right? Calculated my win rate since everyone was sharing theirs. Over the last few months, I'm just over 75%. Crypto King, that is awesome, man. Congrats to you. Oof. Oh, okay. I think Bitcoin toys around this resistance a little bit, but ultimately I think we break through. Even if it does require us to chop down a little bit more, I think we pop through, mainly because of the higher time frame here. These are no jokes for 4-hour candles. You have the drop below a liquidity zone. Then the next 4-hour candle is basically an impulse above the previous. Then the following 4-hour candle fakes everyone out for a rejection and then pops up. I would have preferred if we closed above 65.6, to be honest, which means there could still be some, for lack of a better term, fuckery around this level, but my base case is higher. I've taken profits from my Bitcoin long in the community at $65,000. Trula, bro, I want to be part of your group, but I don't have age limit of making bank account. Hence, I'm unable to transfer the funds to Brofin or any other exchange. Wait next year. I will 100x join you. My man, honestly, Trula, if you're too young, it's absolutely awesome that you're already starting, because I think you're getting a big head start ahead of multiple people. Most people do not start young. Definitely not. I've always loved finances and numbers and things like that, but I didn't start trading, you know, when I was below the age, let's say. So that's awesome. And just understand that you can afford, you have time on your hands. Trading and the markets will always be there, so you can afford to be patient. And that's truly a gift. It's truly a gift. Thanks, Matt. Honestly, the best thing I have done in my trading journey is to delete noise. Guys, listen to this. I'm turning down the music. Very, very important information here, because I'm going to go on a little bit of a 2-minute rant after I read your comment, Crypto King. The best thing Crypto King has done, he says, Now I need water. Is to delete noise. That's the best thing that Crypto King has done. He rarely goes on X. He watches maybe 3 to 4 crypto YouTube channels, and they are TA focused instead of hype. I could not recommend this more. Someone has asked me what is the most underrated advice you can give to crypto traders, and it is to block out the noise. There is, unfortunately, so much bullshit in the crypto industry. And my piece of advice is pick at most 3 to 5 creators or traders that you thoroughly enjoy their content and you get value out of it, or 2, they're actually teaching you the ins and outs of the markets, how they are personally trading the market. Those are the 2 that you keep. There's a couple of analysts that keep you informed of like news and stuff like that, and it's less trading. That's also okay. But the main thing is to block out the noise. When you go on X, on Twitter, and you go to your home tab, there is likely a bunch of bullshit that pops up under For You. Bullshit that you don't need to pay attention to. And so what you can do is you can create a tab and add people to a list. But most importantly, on YouTube, especially the longer form video content that you consume, make sure that it's people that have some kind of track record or they're teaching you something, and just ignore the rest. Because you can watch these people, and hopefully I'm one of these people. If I'm not, then that's totally fine. But you can watch these people and you can make your own analysis, and you can kind of go back and forth and block out the rest of the nonsense of the crypto industry. Nonsense being, let me give you an example. How many people over the course of this year told you that Bitcoin was the low was in, we're going higher, Bitcoin is going higher, the low is in since $126,000, when it was very clear that we were in a structural bear market? I mean, my community has been making money on the way down. I'm just saying it how it is. Every single relief rally we've been shorting collectively. Or even worse, the ones that have been yelling about altcoin season this, altcoin season that, and the hype. So Crypto King, that is the best possible thing you could have said. Because I think that even now, as we start to establish a bear market bottom, there's going to still be tons of bullshit in the crypto industry. And it is your job to block out the noise. Maybe some of you consider me noise, and that is totally fine. If you think I'm noise, don't watch me. But do what is best for you and block out the noise. That is a great, great thing that you can do to help you on your trading journey. And I need to be clear, noise isn't an analyst that was wrong about something, because some people I think are also very, very emotional. I've been wrong about things in the past. I wouldn't consider that noise. Noise is essentially spreading nonsense. When I'm wrong about a trade, I've had a thesis on that trade and the thesis didn't play out. And that's totally fine as long as you can explain it. But when people are just yelling about altcoin season, or again, if you're looking for a channel that's talking about the next 100x altcoin gem, I mean, feel free to go watch someone else. Will I look to play a couple of alts here and there and make money? Of course, I will try to trade them. But that's what I would consider nonsense for the most part. Anyways. Let's go through some comments now. That means no Alex Becker. Yeah, that guy had a tough period in the market. But you have to understand, someone like Alex Becker, his advice outside of crypto, I largely agree with. I don't know if you guys are into the business, entrepreneurial, these kinds of things. Life optimization, very, very smart guy, has had successful exits, hundreds of millions of dollars we're talking about. So for him to lose $30 million in crypto and having horrible calls on the internet, really, I don't think he cares that much. I don't think he cares, but he does lead. He has led people to the slaughterhouse for sure. Guys, listen to Matt. I had to learn this the hard way. Zia Talks, are you on X? Yeah, guys, I am on X, but don't expect like regular daily updates. Sometimes I retweet some things that I find funny. Sometimes I retweet some things that I find insightful. I will often quote tweet some stuff. Like, for example, Folis here. I retweeted this. I thought it was a pretty good post. You can feel free to follow me, but it's not like you're going to get some crazy alpha. These are just like, I can just go on a walk and type something and send it. If you want to get more insights and thoughts, you feel free to follow me, but you don't need to, guys. I'm not like ridiculously active on X. And that's on purpose. I think that there's a lot of noise on X as well. Perhaps Bitcoin gets the breakthrough here that we're looking for. Crypto King, my man. If you want to see his moves, forget about X. That's entertainment. Join the community. My man, I appreciate it. Matsir, much love from the South Pole. Paz Maria. Nice to see you again. Any advice for a beginner affiliate marketer in crypto? If you're talking about, because you guys know I have affiliate links in the description down below. No one has ever shied away from that. My thoughts would be, I don't understand your question. I guess if you're trying to make money in crypto, are you showing your face? Are you a trader? I need a little bit more insights to give you good advice. So let me know. I'm happy to go through that. You are not noise. You are an inspiration, dude. Thank you very much, Kepo Crypto. I appreciate it. Life goals. I'm happy to answer your questions if you have more insights. Culverized Crypto. I'm sitting at Chops on a Royal Caribbean ship eating dinner, trading in Europe, and Bluffin thinks I am in Miami. You are inspiring, Matt. Legend. Thank you. I come here to calm down, and you always help me with that. Thanks for that, Metzger. Florida Stowe, my pleasure. I didn't realize I had a calming effect. Hey, man, if you just have a 10K to start, how much would you separate between spot and futures? That is a very, very difficult question. So if I had less capital, I'm going to keep it real with you. I feel like I would be trading even more in futures, but with good risk management. Because I find it's hard to make money with spot. It really just it is. But consistent and good trading can make you money over an extended period of time. But that's just my 2 cents. I usually have a spot portfolio 2 times the size of my trading portfolio. And I've talked about this within the community as well. All right. Okay, so basically you want to be a trader on stream. Okay, then if you're a trader on stream, all I can really tell you as advice is, of course, if you're a trader on stream, life goals, what I would say is be honest. It obviously helps when you have good calls. Like if I talked about the market and I was wrong every single time, naturally, you guys wouldn't be happy. It makes sense because you watch me for my insights. Although I never recommend copying anyone, right? But it makes sense. So if you have a clear view of the market, you're honest, and the number one thing that I can recommend for you, man, the number one thing if you're trying to produce content in this space is start and don't stop. I've posted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos. And you guys see me. I'm posting content. I'm doing long live streams because I want to grow the brand, right? I want to have a bigger impact in the space. I don't need to do this. But if you actually want to grow an audience, find a way to publish every single day, even if the market is boring. This is alpha. You might not think it is, but it's alpha. It's difficult. It is not easy. When I first started putting my face on camera and I was recording YouTube videos, I spent hours, so many hours producing a 10-minute YouTube video explaining my thoughts on the market because I was choking on my words, because I felt like I looked stupid. And you just have to get over that hump. And you just have to push and push and push, even when you don't feel like making content. Because the thing is, when you start a community, and let's say you only have 10 people watching you, you have 10 people that are waiting to see what your thoughts are in the market. And you have to take care of those 10 people because now you have the responsibility to update them because they followed you for your thoughts in the market. So consistency in content is like a number one thing. Volume is the name of the game. Volume is the name of the game in terms of content. Why is your hair still like that? It's growing, isn't it? What do you mean? My hair. I usually like leave the top and then I'll like get the sides cleaned up. But I'm sure over my YouTube career, you will see me in buzz cut mode. It will happen. I will shave my head at some point. If you follow SpaceX, do you follow Rocket Lab also? Not really, guys. No. Legends, I know we're talking about other things here, but price is kind of stalling out at this zone. It's still an absolutely gorgeous 4-hour candle. I think that maybe we can get a pullback if longs got aggressive. But again, I like the 4-hour candle. I'm betting on continuation. Even though we swept the level. We're kind of, now we're seeing some bullish CVD divergence. So if you look at this CVD chart, this is bullish CVD divergence. Looks like it's in the making. So if we, I think that this is starting to look pretty interesting. Bro, do options sometimes. I don't really need to, my man. Matt, have you seen the new hedge to Bitcoin Battlefield website based on live data? It's like PS2 graphics looking war. It's quite funny. No, I haven't seen that at all, Thomas. Not at all. Hi, bro. I'm a beginner with limited capital. Is there a minimum criteria on deposit and trading amount? Yes. So the minimum trading capital to join my community, Legends, is $500. If you're trading with less than $500, in my opinion, it does not make sense to join my community because I am a swing trader first and foremost, and it makes more sense to build up your capital before you join my group. Now, that's part of the reason why I have the free content that I have. We're probably getting close to wrapping up this live stream, maybe even here. We just passed the 4-hour mark, and I'm hoping that you guys can learn from what I'm sharing with you in the market to build up your capital as well. But if you're trading with under $500, in my opinion, it does not make sense to join my community. I do share all of my own personal trades there, but with the insights that I'm sharing on the channel, I think that you can also essentially become a profitable trader as long as you match it with your own analysis as well. We're learning a lot, mate. Thanks. Love it. Legends. The throat is hurting a little bit today. I'm sure you've heard me go multiple times. I want to make sure that I'm good for tomorrow's live stream. Right now, Bitcoin effectively swept the local highs. The long trade that I shared within the community is currently up $100,000, so I'm pretty happy with this one. Although I've already taken profits at 65K and I'm waiting for higher to take some more profits. Probably at the 67.2K pivot, which I'll need to update that message in my community. If you want to join the community, by the way, for when I take my next big trade, remember you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. And that's a wrap for today. Still in my big short where I will look to add. I'm currently looking at hype for a potential entry, but there's a lot of things I'm looking at this point. So we have not only hype, I feel as if SpaceX could be interesting. Oracle could also be interesting if we get a sweep of 118. We also have gold, not quite there yet. And I was also looking at Macron as an option. I'd like to see us tap into the value into the anchored VWAP taken from the pivot in March of 2026. Have not tapped into that level yet either. But there's a lot of opportunities coiling up. I think we're going to be entering some new trades relatively soon. As always, if you enjoyed the content, make sure to smash that like button. Subscribe. We just hit 20,000 subscribers. And I will see you in tomorrow's live stream.